number 47 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. I would like to remind participants of the following points. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. I would like to remind witnesses that committee members may ask questions in either English or French, and so if you will need interpretation, please take a moment now to prepare your earpiece and select the listening channel you need in advance in order to take full advantage of the time allotted for questions and answers. And a reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. Pursuant to Standing Order 83.1, the committee resumes its pre-budget consultations in advance of the 2026 budget. And I would like to now take a moment to welcome our witnesses. From the Assembly of First Nations, we have National Chief Cindy Woodhouse-Nepinak. From News Media Canada, we have Paul Deegan, President and Chief Executive Officer. From Ripon Networks, Inc., we have Dana Stevenson, Chief Executive Officer and Co-Founder. From Talking, Advocating, Living in Quebec, we have Sylvia Martin-Laforge, Director General, and Stephen Thompson, Senior Policy Advisor. You will each have 5 minutes for your opening remarks, and Chief Woodhouse, we will begin with you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Woodhouse-Nepinak. I'm National Chief with the Assembly of First Nations. I want to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples. Thank you to the Chair and all committee members for your public service and for the invitation to appear today regarding the 2026 budget. The AFN, the Assembly of First Nations, submitted a full brief to the committee with budget recommendations that respond to policy resolutions approved by chiefs from coast to coast to coast at our regular chiefs' assemblies. These also reflect the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action and calls for justice from the public inquiry into our missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. More than the 2026 budget will be an important opportunity to honor the Crown through deeds, because budgets are not just accounting exercises. They are instruments for governments to deliver on their obligation to the rights of all citizens. While we have made some progress together over the past decade, discriminatory gaps continue to prevent First Nations and Canada from meeting our full potential. The primary focus of our budget submission is to close these gaps so that future generations can thrive in ways that we never thought possible. We have spoken to Parliament in the past about the social and the economic benefits of closing Canada's $360 billion First Nations infrastructure gap. With the Conference Board of Canada, the AFN described how these generational investments will create hundreds of thousands of jobs and return $1.82 for every dollar that's invested. The Prime Minister acknowledged closing this gap will more than offset Trump's tariffs. And last week, a new report from Deloitte highlighted sovereign First Nations economic partnerships as Canada's most under-leveraged growth opportunity. They said closing these gaps in rural and remote First Nations could double the scale of Canada's First Nations economy. 6 years ago, Canada committed to close the gap by 2030. Sadly, the lack of any nation-building investments has made this gap wider and more costly. Safe drinking water is one example. Today, despite promises from Canada, 38 active long-term drinking advisories remain on public systems, on reserves in 36 First Nations communities across the country. So as we await new water legislation in Parliament next week, we invite the committee to support our water infrastructure recommendations so future generations of First Nations children don't live in fear of their local water supply. When we talk about the First Nations infrastructure gap, we also refer to basics like community health and safety. For example, policing is an essential service in all Canadian jurisdictions, in towns and cities and communities in between, except First Nations. For us, it is considered just another government program, and that's not acceptable, my friends. Discriminatory health gaps are also well documented through many reports. Our submission includes recommendations for new treatment capacity to offer some hope for First Nations seeking assistance with substance abuse, mental health challenges, and addiction. Too often now, this includes many First Nations men and boys facing systemic barriers to accessing health supports. That is why a common theme of our plan is to mandate distinctions-based program design. Because when Canada transfers funding to the provinces for housing, for health, for education, for justice, and for social service, it does not trickle down to First Nations. The last budget increased provincial transfers for health, for education, and social services by 5%, while many First Nations programs and services were cut or expired. Instead of closing the gaps, last year's federal budget made things more difficult. This is one reason we understand that budget is not the only path to prosperity. So we call on Canada to work with First Nations on a benefit sharing framework to guarantee participation and revenue with infrastructure and natural resource development. We also invite Canada to engage with First Nations on their proposed Canada Strong Sovereign Wealth Fund before projects investments are made. We need our voices included in the decision-making under this new initiatives, and First Nations must have a clear path to economic benefits through any funded project. We look forward to your questions. So I will close on education and the systemic and underfunding of First Nations school infrastructure. With the end of the school year approaching for all of our kids and our grandkids, the Assembly of First Nations will release a report this month confirming almost half of the 500 First Nations schools in our country are overcrowded and need additions. Approximately 1 of every 9 require immediate replacement. I believe we need 77 schools. And the schools being replaced don't guarantee air conditioning. There's a community right now, Lake Manitoba First Nation Chief Cornell McLean's community. They are only going half days because the air is sweltering in their school. And that's unacceptable. It's 2026. All of our kids need access to good facilities. So, are these schools, being built in Toronto, Montreal, or Metro Vancouver, or anywhere else, from coast to coast, are they without air conditioning? And, as we sit here in this beautiful place, there's kids out there that don't have that. In 2026, this circumstance should no longer be acceptable because First Nations are also one of the youngest demographics across our country. Key sectors within Canada's digital economy face demand for thousands of additional tech jobs, including clean energy, information technology, cybersecurity, and digital media. This is why we recommend a First Nations-led vision for adult learning and upskilling youth in high-demand roles for Canada's innovation economy. So as Canada invests in skills training and certification through Team Canada Strong, First Nations must be part of these national priorities. Unfortunately, as it stands now, First Nations have not been guaranteed any dedicated benefit from this $6 billion investment. These lifelong education investments are particularly important because Canada's education system was used as a tool to try to break our spirit, erase our culture and our language. In the future, with your support, Budget 2026 will ensure education is a tool to empower First Nations, uplift our children, and ensure Canada's economy meets its full potential. So, Chimigwech, thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Woodhouse. We'll continue now with Mr. Deegan for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you and a particular pleasure to be seated next to the National Chief. News Media Canada represents about 550 news titles across Canada, from independent weekly community newspapers to large urban and national dailies. Allow me to begin by providing a high-level overview of the state of the Canadian news media publishing business. On the negative side, the advertising market in Canada has continued to remain very challenging. Simply put, too many ad dollars are being scooped up by Google and Meta thanks to their duopoly over online advertising and Google's monopolies throughout the supply chain. We also continue to see the brazen theft of our intellectual property on an industrial scale by these AI companies. These companies aren't just providing snippets, they're providing very detailed summaries and passing them off as their own creation. They're depriving news publishers of audience, subscriptions, and advertising, and are thus capturing the value journalism depends on for its survival. Big tech is extending its dominance over news distribution and monetization, first established over search, digital ads, social media, and app stores, into the new world of generative AI. To defend the free press, Canada must act. On the positive side, while the economics of the business are far from great, we're seeing a level of relative stability in newsrooms after years of job cuts. Federal policies and supports are working as intended. The Canadian Journalism Labour Tax Credit is rewarding news businesses that maintain and grow their newsrooms. The Online News Act is seeing $100 million flowing annually to news businesses, large and small, in lieu of content licensing agreements. Aid to publishers, special measures for journalism, and the Local Journalism Initiative are all important and are making a meaningful difference to many publishers. What are we asking you to do? First, ensure the Canadian Journalism Labour Tax Credit is maintained at 35%. Currently, it is scheduled to revert to 25% on Jan 1, 2027. The credit is highly efficient in that it rewards those who maintain and grow newsroom employment. Let me be clear, recommending to maintain it at 35% is the most important thing you can do to maintain newsroom jobs across Canada. On a related note, the qualification criteria for the credit currently excludes many smaller family-owned publishers. That can be remedied by changing the eligibility requirement for 2 newsroom employees to allow the owner-operator and family members working in the newsroom to count towards eligibility. Second, renew the Local Journalism Initiative. Recognizing that we live in challenging fiscal times, let me give you 4 ideas that won't cost the federal purse one dime. First, follow Ontario's lead and set aside 25% of the federal news spend for news media. The Ontario policy is making a meaningful difference to many publishers, large and small. It's a policy the federal government should adopt. Second, close the loophole in the Income Tax Act that is providing a $2.2 billion taxpayer-funded subsidy for digital advertising on foreign big tech platforms. Third, the government should declare unequivocally that there'll be no text and data mining exception made to the Copyright Act. We cannot allow foreign AI giants to go on strip mining Canadian news. News media are aligned with creative industries. AI companies must seek our consent, provide credit and compensation, and be transparent about their use of our works. By respecting these principles, news media can help to build a trustworthy, reliable, and sovereign AI sector in Canada, one which grows with us, not at our expense. Finally, the government should stop doing business with AI companies that steal from news publishers and other creators. This can be accomplished through supplier agreements and the federal government's procurement policy. Before I conclude my opening remarks, let me leave you with this recent statement from A.G. Sulzberger, chairman and publisher of the New York Times. I fear we are careening toward a future with fewer and fewer journalists to do the expensive, difficult work of original reporting, going to places, talking to people, digging up information, covering important issues and events, providing context and analysis, investigating the powerful, a future where a crucial wellspring of a healthy society and a stable democracy, the truth, understanding, and accountability provided by original journalism continues to dry up. The members of this committee and the Minister of Finance can help ensure that doesn't happen. Thank you very much, and I look forward to our discussion.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Deegan. We'll continue now with Mr. Stevenson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the invitation to appear today as part of your pre-budget consultations for Budget 2026. Bonjour, je suis très heureux d'être ici aujourd'hui.
Hello, I'm very happy to be here to speak about 2026 budget with the committee.
I'm the co-founder and CEO of Ripen, a Canadian company founded in Vancouver that now operates globally. Ripen connects businesses with Canadian learners and emerging talent to complete real projects that build skills, create experience, and address practical productivity challenges. Since 2017, we have facilitated more than 361 learner experiences, worked with almost 50,000 employers, and engaged over 900 post-secondary institutions and training organizations. Since 2021, Ripen's programs, including Level Up and Future Path, supported through the federal government's innovative work-integrated learning investments, have helped turn this infrastructure into almost 45,000 paid work placements. The businesses that we work with are overwhelmingly small and micro businesses, the backbone of Canada's economy. They want to modernize and adopt new technologies, but often lack the talent, tools, and implementation support to do it. That matters because Canada is facing 3 challenges that are too often discussed separately. First, Canada has a serious productivity challenge. Second, many small and medium-sized businesses know they need to adopt AI and digital tools, but lack the time, capacity, or resources to move from interest to implementation. Third, too many Canadians are struggling to get the experience they need to launch or advance their careers. Our experience suggests that these are not separate challenges. They are one connected economic problem. The missing piece is the implementation layer that connects talent to the businesses that need capacity, digital skills, and practical support. Canadian learners are eager to contribute. They include students, recent graduates, and adults building new skills. But too often, they face the familiar barrier of needing experience to get a job and needing a job to get experience. Work-integrated learning works best when it is designed as a pathway that creates value for both learners and employers. Learners need repeated, real work experiences that build capability over time. Employers need low-friction ways to engage talent first, then deepen participation as business value and hiring potential grow. When structured properly, emerging talent can help small businesses complete projects that otherwise would not happen, from market research and administrative automation to AI-enabled workflows. When structured properly, work-integrated learning becomes productivity infrastructure for the AI economy. It gives businesses practical capacity while giving Canadians the experience and proof they need to move forward. Our program data shows that 85% of participating employers report increased productivity, and 76% of participants report receiving one or more job offers after completing their experience. That is the pathway we are. The objective is simple: help SMEs adopt practical AI and digital tools while creating paid work-integrated learning opportunities for Canadian learners and emerging talent. Canada does not need to build a new system from scratch. The opportunity is to create a strategic applied AI and SME productivity stream through proven federal infrastructure that already exists within programs like IWIL and the Student Work Placement Program. This pathway would help employers define real AI digital adoption projects, connect with emerging Canadian talent, and measure business, learner, and employment outcomes that matter most. Over time, it can support greater employer and partner co-investment, helping public dollars go further while maintaining access for learners and small businesses. Canada has invested in physical infrastructure, research infrastructure, and industrial capacity. Budget 2026 should also invest in the human infrastructure that helps ordinary businesses put technology to work for their day-to-day operations. Canadians need opportunities to apply future skills in real business settings, build confidence, build networks, and contribute to business productivity. And by helping small businesses become more productive and helping Canadian learners gain meaningful experience, Budget 2026 can strengthen competitiveness, build homegrown talent, and generate stronger long-term economic growth. Work-integrated learning infrastructure should be central to Canada's AI and productivity agenda. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I look forward to your questions. Merci beaucoup.
Great, thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Are we continuing now with Madame Martin-Laforge for 5 minutes? Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of TALK. I'm Sylvia Martin-Laforge, the Director General, and with me today is our Senior Policy Advisor, Stephen Thompson. TALK is a public policy and advocacy organization representing Canada's English linguistic minority community, the English-speaking community of Quebec. Our work focuses on research, policy analysis, and sustained engagement with governments so that public policy reflects the needs, realities, and vitality of our community. Our message today is straightforward and was developed in discussion with key community organizers like the Quebec English School Board Association, the Provincial Employment Roundtable, Youth for Youth, Health and Social Services, and CDEC, all of whom have submitted briefs for this consultation. Budget 2026 will be a test of whether the federal government's modernization official languages commitments are going to be implemented in a concrete and measurable way. Parliament has strengthened Part 7 of the Official Languages Act. Federal institutions now have clearer objectives to take positive measures to enhance the vitality of official language minority communities. But those obligations will not implement themselves. They require funding, program design, accountability, and delivery mechanisms that actually reach the communities they are meant to support. For our community, this is especially important. We operate within a distinct provincial linguistic framework. Federal support is often mediated through intergovernmental agreements, provincial delivery structures, or program rules that do not always reflect the realities of English-speaking Quebec. TALK's written submission makes 6 recommendations. First, the Government of Canada should commit now to the renewal and expansion of the Action Plan for Official Languages beyond 2028, with increased and indexed funding aligned with Section 41 of the Official Languages Act. The action plan remains the main federal instrument through which many official language commitments are translated into community-facing programs. Retrenchment in this area would have direct consequences for community development, education, health and social services, and other sectors central to vitality. Second, the Government of Canada should establish dedicated and protected funding envelopes for the English-speaking community of Quebec within relevant federal programs. Without protected envelopes, the needs of our community can be obscured into broader program categories or diluted through delivery mechanisms that do not provide clear accountability. Third, federal provincial agreements involving official language funding must include binding provisions on transparency, accountability, and measurable outcomes. Federal transfers to Quebec intended to benefit English-speaking Quebec remain difficult to trace. Fourth, the proposed Part 7 regulation should be implemented in a way that connects investments to known outcomes. TALK has recognized the importance of requirements for analysis, consultation, and documentation, but procedure alone is not enough. There's a real risk of compliance without impact. Budget decisions should reinforce Part 7 by requiring federal institutions to explain what positive measures were adopted, what outcomes are expected, and why measures proposed by communities were not pursued. Fifth, the federal government should create a targeted investment stream to strengthen and connect policy, research, and advocacy capability within the English-speaking community of Quebec. The Modernize Act assumes that communities can participate meaningfully in consultations, respond to complex federal initiatives, analyze data, engage with institutions, and help shape public policy. Sixth, federal program design must take into account the structural barriers in Quebec, including provincial authorization requirements and other impediments that can affect whether community organizations are able to access or implement federal support. Federal institutions should not assume that a program designed for national delivery will work in Quebec without adaptation. In some cases, federal objectives can be delayed, weakened, or redirected through the very mechanisms used to deliver them. The broader point is this. Parliament has created a stronger statutory framework around its official languages through the modernization of the Official Languages Act, and Budget 2026 must align spending with that framework. For TALK, the central question is whether federal official language investments will be made in ways that produce measurable, durable outcomes for the communities it is intended to serve. We therefore ask this committee to recommend that Budget 2026 protect and expand official languages investments, strengthen accountability in the federal provincial agreements, ensure dedicated support for English-speaking Quebec, and fund the community capacity needed to make Part 7 meaningful in practice. Thank you, and we're pleased to answer your questions.
Great, thank you very much. On va commencer maintenant avec Monsieur Lefebvre.
We'll get started with Mr. Lefebvre. 6 minutes, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you to our witnesses for being here with us today. I will go in order of the agenda. The National Chief, you spoke to us about $360 billion in infrastructure, the gap that is. Now, what is most interesting is the access to potable water. How many communities don't have access to safe drinking water right now?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. We have 36. I know there was over 100 a few years back, but we still have 36, and we've made some progress. We need to continue to make progress, and we need to continue to close those gaps sooner than later. Thank you.
You're saying that we went from 100 communities to 36, and in how many years was that?
It took us about a decade to get that down to 36, but it just seems like we got to push a little bit more and make sure that we close those gaps this year. And those communities are waiting.
And you're saying that there were promises made by the government, promises that were not upheld. Can you speak to those commitments or promises that were made and that the government didn't?
Absolutely. Canada had committed to close the First Nations infrastructure gap to 2030. And, as it stands right now, it's widening a bit. And I am asking, Canada, to work with us to make sure that we're on that path to close those gaps to year 2030. Thank you.
Et un autre point que vous avez
And another point you raised, you said that the funds are not making it to the First Nations. How so, can you tell us, and why is that?
Well, and this is particular for First Nations. I think there's, maybe other groups, like every other Canadian, benefits when there's, provincial transfers. But because we're on First Nations communities, the provinces and the feds like to kickball us back and forth. I'm going to say football us back and forth and say that's your jurisdiction, that's yours. And at the same time, all these federal transfers come to the provinces when it comes to healthcare or education or all these investments that the federal government in this country. But it never comes to First Nations communities. We never get new roads from provinces. We never get new hospitals from provinces. We never get new schools from provinces. And, it's a bigger discussion than that, but certainly I think one part of it is, we have a relationship with this country and we have to change the way that we work together, because we're not just, we're not a lower level government. We're foundational partners in this country. And, I know that those are uncomfortable conversations that we have with the provinces, but they do take up all of our numbers on reserve and off reserve, and claim that they're going to work for us on health, for instance, or education, and that none of those investments ever come to First Nations communities. We always end up having to go strictly to Indian Affairs, and that system. Yeah.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Chef. J'ai quelques questions.
Thank you, Madam Chief. I just have a few minutes left for my questions. Mr. Deegan, you spoke about artificial intelligence that takes over copyright. Now, as for AI, I think that you see that, it's here to stay, and it's going to be more and more present, and we have to work together. How can we make sure that we protect content around copyright when AI is involved?
Je pense que c'est
I think that the government can say that there are no exceptions in the Copyright Act for data mining. That's an important part. Furthermore, the Competition Bureau can investigate Google. There's a Google bot, and it's the same bot that does AI searches and for general searches. Thank you. Mr. Stevenson, you spoke about the different challenges. The first one was around productivity. I agree with you. Canada is more than a decade behind when it comes to productivity. This is a major issue. You talked about implementing AI. This is something that I care deeply about. There is a positive side, and then there's a negative side of AI. Let's try to focus on the positive aspect and see how we can integrate it with the national pathway. I'd like you to tell us a little more about that pathway.
So
You have about 30 seconds.
okay, the pathway is to create opportunities for as employer incentives to encourage employers to launch projects where they get to work with emerging talent coming out of the post-secondary system or workers who are reskilling and upskilling to work on scoped projects that will help the businesses adopt AI, specifically small, medium businesses and micro businesses, so they can become more productive, make Canada more competitive, and create more jobs. When small businesses adopt AI, they actually create more jobs rather than cut them.
Great. Merci, Monsieur Lefebvre. On va
Thank you, Mr. Lefebvre. We'll now continue on with Mr. Lavoie. 6 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our witnesses for being here. It's very important that you be here this morning. My first question is for Mr. Stevenson. I really like what you do for work. You're in Vancouver. And I will pick up on what you said earlier. You talked about time, capacity, and resources for SMEs. On June 2nd, there was an economist, Mr. Florin, who is an economy professor at UQTR. He said the same thing, essentially. And in Quebec City, there was an investigation conducted, and the same things came up. So hearing what you said this morning, I'm seeing there's really a continuity. Time, energy, and knowledge came up, and doing all three at the same time. So there was a lot of talk of implementation, because you said that the implementation layer is missing. So I'd like you to talk to me about implementation, whether it's Trois-Rivières, Quebec City, or Vancouver. It seems to be the same problem. Even if there are programs and money there, it's really the implementation piece that is an obstacle. So tell me your vision for implementation.
So the Innovative Work Integrated Learning Program was created as part of the Student Work Placement Program back in Budget 2019. The Student Work Placement Program is an employer incentive to encourage more employers to hire students for traditional internships and co-op opportunities. What we found is that many of the smallest businesses and micro businesses, while those programs are incredibly valuable, they just found they were too much paperwork. They were too much paperwork, too much friction. Just the infrastructure wasn't there. They couldn't get access to the right talent. So we proposed a model that would create more flexible opportunities. So rather than hiring learners or emerging talent on a full-time position, you would make it more flexible. These could be scoped into 10, 20, 40, 60, 120, 240-hour projects that have a specific goal in mind around, in this case, the proposal here would be digital adoption, or the proposal for the stream is digital adoption and AI adoption. But what's really important when you come to the small and micro businesses is that they need the infrastructure. They need to be able to connect to the right talent, trust that that talent has the right skills based on their portfolio of previous work that's been vetted by previous employers. They need payments to be facilitated through this infrastructure. We actually act as an intermediary, as the employer of record with an independent contractor relationship with every learner. So the learners actually technically work with us. We T4A them. We report to CRA. We remove all of that friction, all of that red tape for the small businesses. So now that they can participate in a very frictionless way and get all of these projects done without having to deal with the paperwork. So that implementation layer that helps them scope the projects, helps them manage the learners through the projects, helps with reflection, feedback, and then helps create a project portfolio of real evidence for the learner to show off to other employers, helps both the businesses become more productive and create new jobs, but also make sure that the learners have that portfolio that can help them with their future careers.
That's fascinating what you're doing. You're doing that with micro businesses. And I was listening to you and I was wondering, can we export that elsewhere? Because we're dealing with the same issues elsewhere in Canada. Now, you're working with micro businesses. Do you intend to go work with medium-sized enterprises? Because for you, when you say micro, how many employees is that? And what would be the process? There's already been funding, over several years from the Government of Canada that was offered. But for you, could there be additional funding that would allow you to go even further and even export that to other provinces?
Yes.
C'est ce que j'aime de ce que vous amenez.
So first of all, this has been, we work with businesses and learners all across Canada, in every region across Canada. We've also, in case you're wondering, have exported this to the UK, to the US, all around the world. We're probably the category leader with this particular model. Signing contracts with states in the US at this point. This is a model that is being recognized globally around the world. In terms of small businesses, micro businesses, when we say micro business, we mean under 10 employers. 85% of the businesses that we focus on are under 10 employees, at the backbone of the economy. A really important stat here is that those businesses report on average growing by 2.63 FTE after working with us. So that doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're under 10 employees, average of 5 or 6 employees, 2.63 FTE is a huge contribution to the economy. So that's where we focus. We do work with medium-sized businesses. We do work with large companies. We have large companies like IBM who co-invest alongside the government, so public dollars can go further. there's a whole flywheel effect that can happen. But this micro businesses is where the foundation starts that really moves the needle for the economy.
Merci. Je vois le temps filer.
Thank you. I see the time is running out. Mr. Dean, very briefly. I was listening to you earlier. Written press. What is your vision for written press with competition and with AI? What is your vision for the next 10 years?
I think the business is going to continue to be very challenged. The advertising market is essentially broken, largely due to Google's illegal behavior. And unless that's remedied, and the Competition Bureau is trying to deal with this, and so are other regulators around the world, but until that issue is dealt with, it's going to be very challenging, and we have to do something to stop the AI companies from stealing copyright-protected content.
Merci, Monsieur Lavoie. On va continuer maintenant.
Thank you, Mr. Lavoie. We'll continue with Mr. Garon, 6 minutes. Hello, Madam Chair, colleagues. Thank you to all of the witnesses for being here today. I will start very quickly with you. Ms. Martin-Laforge, we have studied your proposals very closely. And of course, you are defending historic Anglophone communities in Quebec. Believe it or not, we are very interested in what you have to say. You have your preferences. There are other Anglophone groups from Quebec, school boards and others, who have submitted briefs to the committee, and you're among those groups. And so I'd like to know from you, are you guaranteeing us today that none of these federal amounts will be used one day to challenge laws that have been democratically elected in Quebec at the Supreme Court level? Can you guarantee that to us?
Eh bien, c'est pas moi.
Well, it's not for me to offer that guarantee. Who would it be then? Who would be the person to do that? Well, you are aware that the Constitution Act in Quebec is now on the table, and that it will pass or not this week. Now, let me ask a more specific question. Do you believe that public funds should be used by Anglophone groups to challenge Bill 96? Well, listen, the duty and the right to challenge remains with the English expressing community. Well, Ms. Martin-Laforge, I'd like you to answer the question. No one has ever said anywhere that we were no longer in a place where there's a rule of law and that you don't have the right to challenge. Of course you have that right. That is completely okay. I'm asking you about public funds. Do you think that public funds, federal public funds, should in part or in whole be used for this purpose?
Should be used either to challenge the government where other funds are not used. The government of Quebec right now...
Thank you. That answers my question. So you believe that federal public funds can be used by the Anglophone community in Quebec to challenge legislation democratically adopted by the government in Quebec. I have questions for the chief. Marilyn Gill, Gabrielle Sainte-Marie spoke out about a devastating report from Amnesty International for Indigenous peoples. And there are a number of families in Manawan who have to live in situations that are just awful. There's mold and very unhealthy living conditions. What can we do to fix this problem in a sustainable way?
Thank you very much for that question. This strikes me as a question about housing and the Amnesty report on housing. There are some immediate things that need to be done to address the First Nations housing gap. We're approaching a fiscal cliff right now on First Nations housing. Funding through Indigenous Services Canada is slated to sunset this year. This was the Budget 2022 announcement targeted. Without additional funding to sustain that investment, we're looking at a significant drop in funding in the hundreds of millions of dollars a year.
Et si vous me permettez, parce que
And if I may, because you're talking about funding variations, but more specifically, about 10 years ago, the Vienne Commission said that housing was the backbone of the problems experienced by First Nations. In your opinion, should this have been a priority, and how is it that housing has been neglected in this way by the federal government?
It's a very good question. The Auditor General of Canada, in their 2024 report, made some interesting observations about this. There have been a number of Auditor General's reports that have come to the same conclusion, that the government is not doing enough to close the housing gap. The Government of Canada does not have a strategy to close that gap. And that's a significant problem that the Auditor General reported on.
si vous me permettez, encore.
And if I may, even today, because the question was asked of the minister at question period, and we were told we are a new government, and today we're going forward. So what you're saying is that we're going forward, but without a strategy?
We are certainly going ahead without a strategy now, and the announcement of an Indigenous housing strategy, at this point, we do not have a commitment to a distinctions-based component for First Nations, nor is there any sort of announcement around co-development or co-drafting of that strategy. Meanwhile, First Nations are moving ahead with a First Nations housing strategy, and our expectation is that the Government of Canada will do its work to ensure that First Nations rights and interests are reflected in the work that we do.
Et on l'espère tous.
Well, we all hope so, and we will continue as best as we can at the Bloc Québécois to make your voices heard in the House of Commons. Thank you very much, and Madam Chair, I hand it over to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Garon.
The floor for 5.
Chief Woodhouse, I'd love to start with you. I had a sweet young lady named Fatima emailed me, from Ord Street Public School, and she was inquiring about the status of water infrastructure in the First Nations territories. And in her letter, she was quite concerned. And of course, now from your earlier exchange, we know that there are 36 communities that still do not have access to clean water. But you also mentioned budgets as a mechanism for governments to deliver on these obligations. So the government promised to introduce water legislation that would meet the need for clean water in First Nations, and so far there have been about 3 deadlines that have been missed for this legislation. How much of Indigenous Services Canada's $24 billion budget would it cost to address the water infrastructure issues that these First Nations communities are facing?
Thank you very much. We've estimated that the gap to address First Nations water and wastewater is $44.2 billion. The amount just to address the 38 drinking water advisories is about $778 million.
And so what is really holding up the closure of this gap?
Holding up the closure of the gap, we need programs that are designed to address First Nations needs, long-term sustained funding, not annual funding amounts to First Nations. We need First Nations jurisdiction over water and wastewater. The legislation that we expect to be tabled, we anticipate and hope that it will address these needs. We need national standards that will ensure the Government of Canada is held accountable to deliver safe and clean drinking water in a way that meets Indigenous needs and respects rights inherent in treaty rights.
No, thank you for that. And your housing gap report estimates that there's about 157,000 plus new homes needed to address the First Nations housing crisis, given that the Build Canada Homes project will only build approximately 5,000 on-market homes per year. When do you project that the government will meet the demand for First Nations needs?
Our data shows that the government is not on track at all to meet those needs. Build Canada Homes and the Build Community Strong Fund are not going to make any meaningful difference in closing the gap. And right now, the Government of Canada does not have a strategy to do so.
That's quite concerning, but in the opening statement, there was also a mention that over the past 6 years, First Nations have not seen any nation-building investment that could facilitate infrastructure development in First Nations territory. From your position, what has been holding up this investment?
I apologize. Did you ask what has been holding up the investment?
Because this has been, of course, it's an issue that's not new. So my question is, what is holding up the investment, the progress? If I could have your thoughts on that.
Absolutely. Look, I think that we have a lot of work to continue to do, but we certainly, like we talked about, provincial transfers. I know that those are uncomfortable conversations, but a lot of those investments are not trickling down to First Nations communities, as well as, like, I think Indian Affairs. I'll never call it Indigenous Services because it is Indian Affairs, and that's what it was supposed to be created to do. And I think that there's too much of what little bit that we get in there to try and fix on reserve. It ends up going elsewhere. And, we need to make sure that when there is targeted funding, that it gets to First Nations. I think one of the other issues is anytime government, as of late and maybe in the, in the years past, there's investments made and there's not carve-outs made for First Nations on reserve, and then we always end up getting left out. And I think that needs to change. And, and it's because of the Indian Act, and it's because we're on First Nations communities. And, nobody wants to, it's everybody else's jurisdiction, right, when it comes to money, and that's one of the major problems. So we need to, get to the table with each other, come up with a proper financial plan with each other, and close those gaps to 2030 that was committed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Ms.
think
Covina.
it's
That
right
is
on
right
time.
on time. Great job. Thank you. Mr. McDonald for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. Chief Woodhouse, I'll just, and I'm not rebutting what's been said, but in Budget 2025, the federal government, we outlined $2.8 billion for Indigenous housing, and we are committed to working with all partners in that. We know housing has to develop more rapidly, and we need a more effective delivery process. You commented twice there's no strategy. The strategy, we are working on the strategy with the Indigenous community. So I don't think it's fair to say there's no carve-out for the Indigenous community. It was carved out in Budget 2025, $2.8 billion commitment for housing, okay? So further to that, last week there was a Rural Development Conference in Prince Edward Island. That's the province that I represent here in the federal government. And the Secretary of State, Bucky Belanger, was in the province, and we had a tour of the Abbotsford First Nation. And there's a lot of good things happening there at the Abbotsford First Nation. Chief Gould and his team are creating commercial enterprises in the community. There's tourism opportunities. There's renewable energy opportunities. So we did a tour, and we've seen solar fields, future windmill projects. There's a new health center going to get built there that will be used by the First Nation and the surrounding communities in that area. Healthcare is a big challenge in PEI, as it is to a lot of small jurisdictions. So I guess my question to you is, and the other interesting fact that we learned was the median age of Abbotsford First Nation is 27 years old. So there's lots of youth that need jobs, and they're building homes in the community. They're starting to fill that infrastructure gap that you spoke about. So it was a very positive meeting, and actually Secretary Belanger, I know things aren't great everywhere, but Secretary Belanger was impressed with the process that was getting made at Abbotsford First Nation. So is there lessons we can learn from those successful Indigenous communities to make things better for other Indigenous communities across the country?
Well, absolutely. I mean, you see different cities that thrive more than others. I mean, it's the same way, right? We are so proud of, some of our communities that are thriving and that are moving. But the unfortunate issue is that there's many that are not. And when we hear of programs, as you say, oh, there is carve-out 2.8, there's other programs that are always announced, and First Nations are not a part of that carve-out. And so, yes, we've have some communities that are thriving, that are doing really well, and we lift them up and we look to them for, their best lessons learned, I guess, just like any city or town would when you're comparing yourself with others. You always want to do better, but the reality is on First Nations communities, particularly in the West, there's no air condition right now. That worries me this afternoon, that there's many kids in many communities, going home, because it's so hot there. But at the same time, you're right, we have a lot of work to do on housing. I don't know if my colleagues have anything further to add to that. Go ahead.
I just clarify that I believe the $2.8 billion from Budget 2025 was a reannouncement of the urban, rural, and northern housing funding, and that's for First Nations off reserve.
Well, there's particular source of funds that was carved out for Indigenous in Budget 2025 as well. So I guess, Chief Woodhouse, I just ask also, we see project-based funding. And I see the Abequate First Nation moving more towards long-term own source generation of revenue in their community. Is that a model that is getting carried out across the country? Because you need long-term funding sources. Like one project at a time is not going to fix problems and create enough employment. It's a boom and bust cycle that we don't want to get into.
Well, absolutely, and I think this takes me back to, as a First Nations person on reserve, if I wanted to build a Rexall or a McDonald's or a Petro-Canada, and I want to build on my community, and then I go to the bank and say, I want to build all of this, to any Canadian bank. A lot of Canadians don't realize that because of the Indian Act, I have to go to the Minister of Indian Affairs and get a ministerial loan guarantee. And so there's all these extra issues put at us as First Nations that other Canadians don't have to face. And it's systemic. It's since the creation of this country, and it shouldn't be like that. We were, I was with the King last week, and I said, we signed treaties together to make this place the best that it can be. And I think that we have to remember that so that we fix some of these issues together. I am glad that the Prime Minister called a First Ministers meeting to deal with the, First Nations issues specifically. I appreciate him for that.
Apologies, Chief Woodhouse. I'm going to have to end it there. On va continuer maintenant avec Monsieur Garon.
We'll now continue with Mr. Garon, 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to continue on with Mr. Deacon, News Media Canada. Quebecers are very worried about this crisis in the media sector, very worried about what we're seeing around local media that's independent and disappearing. There seems to be consensus across the country. We need to expand that Canada tax credit so that we can benefit journalists that way. And we also have to refund the independent media fund. $37 million are being requested by the Bloc Québécois. But in the last budget, despite this consensus, the Minister of Finance is telling us in a very strange way that he considers that he may have consultations so that he may come up with something for the sector. Can you confirm that there is a consensus on these measures? And can you tell us why, in your opinion, well, there's been money for just about everybody in the budget, $80 billion. But why is this sector being abandoned by the government this time around?
So we represent, just to be clear, we represent news publishers, not broadcasters. I would say, first of all, I very much appreciate the work of your colleague, Martin Champoux. He's been terrific to work with. He's a great member of the Heritage Committee and has made many contributions on the Online News Act and other policies that are seeing monies flowing. The Government of Canada, I have to say, has been terrific over the last number of years on policies supporting the news publishing sector. I think they recognize the value of community newspapers and hebdos across Canada. The major ask that we have is to maintain the Canadian Journalism Labour Tax Credit at 35%. It is, I would say, the most important thing that you can do to maintain newsroom jobs across Canada.
Mais de façon générale, même si
But generally speaking, even if you represent written media, are you worried about the state of all media, including audiovisual media and radio media? Does that worry you?
Definitely. I mean, the written word, text-based journalism tends to be foundational in terms of what is often used in radio and television. So if you're watching, CBC News, Radio Canada at night, often the lead story on the National is something that Bob Fife and Steve Chase broke in the Globe and Mail that morning. So it's foundational, but we certainly, we work very closely with our partners, with the broadcasters, and we're concerned. Another thing I would say is...
Apologies, Mr. Deegan, that concludes the time that we have. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all of our witnesses, and we're going to take a brief suspension while we turn over for the next panel. Thank you very much. we will resume the meeting. Welcome back. I would like to take a moment to recognize our witnesses. Appearing as an individual, we have Firdaus Karas. From Cooperation Canada, we have Kate Higgins, the Chief Executive Officer. From Food Secure Canada, we have Erin Vasintian, Policy Researcher. And from Frontier Duty Free Association, Barbara Barrett, the Executive Director. I would like to remind participants of the following points. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. I would like to remind witnesses that committee members may ask questions in either English or French. And so if you do require interpretation, please make sure that you have your earpiece in so that we can use the time that we have effectively. And a reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. You will each have 5 minutes for your opening remarks, and then we will move on to questions from the members. And so we will begin with you, Mr. Karas.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Bonjour. Honourable members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak to you today. My name is Firdaus Karas. I'm a social entrepreneur, humanitarian media producer, mass communicator, and the founder of Chocolate Mousse Media here in Ottawa. For 30 years from Ottawa, I have created media to improve the human condition. Most Canadians do not know my work because most of it has been used outside of Canada. My work has addressed more than 20 diseases: domestic and sexual violence, refugee protection, anti-racism, children's rights, human rights, violence reduction, and many other urgent social issues. I have created or co-created 5,200 media productions in 110 topics, in hundreds of language versions, used, as far as I know, in 198 countries and territories. My media carries no copyright. It is free to view, download, broadcast, share, translate, and use. From my home in Ottawa, I have reached hundreds of millions of people. Right now, my 4 Ebola-related videos on containment, prevention, stigma, and safe funerals are being used in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda. They exist in over 20 African languages. That is not theory. That is using communication tools locally to do a critical job. Today, I want to make 3 concrete recommendations about communication and public money. First, communication is not a soft expense. It is not an afterthought. It is infrastructure. In health, we fund vaccines, doctors, nurses, medicines, hospitals, emergency supplies, protective gear, and logistics. All of those matter. But every one of those investments depends on one prior fact. People must know what to do. Since this is the Finance Committee, let me put it in budgetary terms. Prevention communication is cost avoidance. It prevents the much larger costs that arrive after failure. It is far cheaper to prevent a disease than to treat people. Ebola is the clearest example. A few days ago, the WHO and Africa CDC requested US dollars $518 million to respond to the current Ebola outbreak. That does not include other organizations asked, like the Red Cross's 29 million Swiss francs. Canada has already announced 8 million and may be asked to contribute more. Nearly all of that 518 million and more will be spent on doctors, nurses, isolation, medicines, protective equipment, transport, supplies, and logistics. All of those become necessary only after the virus has entered a body. That is too late. Cost per case prevented is a few cents, but cost per case after infection ranges from several thousand to over $1 million. Yet very, very little public money is spent to stop people from becoming infected in the first place. Thousands might die unnecessarily. That is morally reprehensible and financially irrational. It is much cheaper to prevent HIV than it is to treat it for a lifetime. It is much cheaper to prevent malaria than to hospitalize a child. It is vastly cheaper to have Ebola prevention adopted by at-risk people than to trace infections, isolate patients, transport and employ medical teams, treat the sick, and safely bury the dead. We can be leaders in a prevention focus. So here's my first concrete recommendation. Canada should not fund any major disease response unless at least 25% of Canada's contribution is dedicated to prevention, public education, and behavior change communications. Second, communication is not only needed in public health. This is exactly the wrong time for us as a country to weaken diplomacy. Diplomats are not ceremonial figures. They are Canada's negotiators, listeners, relationship builders, and early warning systems overseas, and they are Canada's communicators. I have traveled to 146 countries. I have frequently interacted with Global Affairs Canada and our missions overseas. I have seen the value of Canada's voice overseas. I also have seen what happens when the voice is too small, too thinly staffed, or totally absent. Canada cannot project its values, defend its interests, build alliances, help citizens, respond to crises, or compete with authoritarian narratives if it fires the very people and weakens the very institution responsible for doing that work. So here's my second concrete recommendation. This committee should stop the cutbacks to GAC and recommend an increase in GAC's allocation in the next federal budget. Third, Canada's spending on creative industries and culture is not keeping up with reality. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars of public money on feature films and television series. I support Canadian films. I support Canadian television. Canadian culture
Mr.
matters.
Karas, if you could wrap up in about 10 seconds,
certainly.
please.
So to make my third recommendation, it is simple. We need to move where the audience is. So my third recommendation is Canada should initially redirect
Apologies,
25%.
Mr. Karas. We're going to have to end it there. We've gone over time. But thank you. We're going to continue now with Ms. Higgins for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you this morning. My name is Kate Higgins, and I am the CEO of Cooperation Canada, a coalition of more than 100 Canadian organizations working in international development and humanitarian action around the world.
This morning with one simple message. International cooperation is one of the smartest investments Canada can make in its future. At a time when we see, as a country, that we're having to make really tough decisions, really tough fiscal choices, international cooperation helps Canada build stronger economic partnerships, prevent more costly crises in the future, and advances the values that make Canada a trusted partner in the world. Canada does not have to choose between values and interests. International cooperation advances them both. The world is becoming more stable, more fragmented. Conflict, climate shocks, displacement, health emergencies, food insecurity, and economic disruption do not stay in borders. They affect supply chains, trade relationships, migration pressures, public health, and security. As Canada works to diversify its trade and strengthen partnerships beyond the United States, the countries Canada partners with, including through international cooperation, in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, are shaping the global economy of tomorrow. So investing in market development, in human capital, in stability, in low and middle income countries around the world is smart economic strategy for us. It helps build the trust, the stability, the capacity that make future economic partnerships possible, including future trade and investment opportunities. But it's also a matter of fiscal responsibility, something important to this committee. In an era of fiscal constraint, prevention does matter. The world is spending far more responding to crises than actually preventing them. The costs of responding to conflict, displacement, humanitarian emergencies, and disease outbreaks are almost always higher than the costs of preventing them. Investing early saves lives, reduces suffering, and lowers future costs. So the choice is not between values and pragmatism, nor between solidarity and fiscal responsibility. With international cooperation, it's both. And international cooperation does reflect who we are as Canadians, a country that does believe in human rights, in human dignity, in democracy, in gender equality, and in shared responsibility in the face of global challenges. At a time when global development assistance is declining, Canada's choices in Budget 2026 matter. To put these principles into practice, I want to focus on two of Cooperation Canada's budget recommendations. First, establish a protected core minimum of $5.5 billion annually for poverty-focused overseas development assistance. In a constrained fiscal environment, Canada should use its precious international assistance dollars where they are most needed and where they are most effective. This would protect the support for the world's poorest, the most fragile communities, and ensure that poverty reduction does remain a core purpose of Canadian ODA. And second, protect humanitarian funding at a minimum floor of $962.7 million annually. Humanitarian needs are growing rapidly. Predictable funding flows allows Canadian partners to respond quickly, to save lives, and to operate more efficiently. Unpredictable funding increases costs and reduces impact. In this moment of geopolitical turbulence, where Canada needs strong and diverse global partnerships, retreating on international cooperation has a cost. If Canada steps back, others will step in, and they may not share our priorities nor our values. Canadians do understand this. In 2023, Canadians contributed approximately $1.4 billion in international development and humanitarian efforts through their own charitable giving. They did this because they're generous, because they want Canada to stand up for its values, and they do want to contribute to a safer and more stable world. To conclude, members of the committee, international cooperation reflects Canadian values and does advance our interest. It helps build a world that is more peaceful, prosperous, and just, while making Canada safer, stronger, and more resilient. It should not be viewed as a discretionary expense, but a strategic investment in Canada's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins. We will continue now with Mr. Vincentian from Food Secure Canada.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Aaron Vincentian, and I'm Policy Lead at Food Secure Canada. I'm here to tell you that food infrastructure is not boring. In fact, it is a matter of national priority. We need a serious countrywide build-out. Here's a real-life story. Samuel Richard is a young farmer in Quebec. He loves growing organic vegetables, but access to the market has a steep price. Companies like Sobeys and Metro charge up to $12,000 just to be a vendor. And then there's the costs that go into storage, distribution, and transport. So Samuel has burned out a few years ago. Now he is back to only growing corn and soybeans for export. That's not just his loss, but ours too. Why is this happening? For decades, we have underinvested in local food infrastructure. It is emaciated. As a result, the middlemen and distributors have become too powerful. They dictate the prices. Farmers like Samuel sell at a loss. And as for consumers, well, I'll just say that according to a recent poll, grocery prices are now the #1 economic concern to Canadians. Even our schools can't afford this. We got $200 million per year for the school food program, but that investment is not even keeping up with food inflation. Many schools can't afford more than a single banana per kid. That is dire, and it is also a missed opportunity. We can actually get affordable, delicious, healthy, whole fruits and vegetables in our schools and in our grocery aisles. How? We can turn this crisis into a success story. First, we need a Buy Canadian food procurement strategy. In economics, demand drives supply. Say you set local and regional procurement targets in federally funded schools, hospitals, and prisons at 30% per year. By creating a new demand, you'll dramatically transform the supply chain within a few years, providing stable income for farmers and investing directly in rural communities without the middlemen. A gap is turned into an opportunity. The second step is by investing in the infrastructure to make sure farmers like Samuel don't have to quit. To do that, you fix what we at Food Secure Canada call the missing middle. We've heard so many stories where, for example, a school wants to buy local, but the farmer doesn't have a truck, the school doesn't have cold storage, and so they're forced to buy from Sobeys. The independent middle is missing in this country. To build it back up, we need you to expand the local food infrastructure fund from $20 million per year to, watch out, $500 million per year. I thought I saw someone fall over in their chair. But seriously, this is what it will take to rebuild the missing middle. We have one last problem. We seriously lack competition, as you know, up and down the food chain. If it's profitable, it will get gobbled up. If it's not, it will get throttled. So to make this work, we need to put up firewalls. That's why we need to invest in a cooperative and nonprofit food system. Yes, we should also be looking into public grocery stores. Sorry, did I say that? Look, there is a reason why everyone is talking about them. Canadians want you to fight the rising cost of living and corporate concentration. To do that, you need to seriously look into a countrywide nonprofit distributor for small businesses, cooperatives, northern and remote communities, schools, prisons, and hospitals. That may be what it will take to give small players like Samuel a chance to thrive. Now picture this. Within a few years, a 30% local food target in all federally funded schools gives farmers like Samuel a steady income. The LFIF funded a cold storage warehouse where he and several other farmers could store their produce. A new nonprofit wholesaler buys his produce at a reasonable price and distributes it to independent grocery stores, saving consumers a lot of money. And Samuel can grow food that's good for the land and good for its people. You can make this happen. Start a Buy Canadian food procurement strategy. Massively invest in the LFIF. Expand nonprofit distribution, wholesale, and retail. I hope I have convinced you that food infrastructure is not boring. It is exciting. It is also existential. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Vicentian. We'll turn now to Ms. Barrett from Frontier Duty Free Association. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to speak to a specific issue within the excise framework that is having a direct impact on a federally regulated export sector. I want to start by setting out how our stores operate because that context matters. Land border duty-free stores are not domestic retailers. We are federally regulated, licensed under the Customs Act, and operate under CBSA control. Our stores are located at border crossings, and we sell exclusively to travelers leaving Canada. We do not have access to the Canadian domestic market. Every transaction is tied to a traveler exiting the country, and every sale is verified as an export through a CBSA-controlled system. That means our only market is outbound travelers, and our only competition is the United States. In many cases, our stores are located just minutes or even meters from U.S. outlets selling the same products to the same travelers. We represent 31 land border duty-free stores. These are long-standing, family-run businesses that have been operated successfully for more than 40 years and are part of the economic and tourism fabric of border communities. The purpose of the stores is to capture spending at the point of exit and keep those dollars in Canada rather than seeing them immediately flow into the United States. Currently, we are seeing a sharp and sustained decline in cross-border travel by Canadians, with some estimates pointing to declines of more than 40% year over year. The decline in travel is real, but it is not permanent. The issue before you is what is happening alongside it. Our businesses are facing a structural imbalance that makes it harder to compete, particularly in an environment where purchase decisions matter more. At its core, it's about fair treatment. We compete directly and only with U.S. retailers, but we are not operating under the same conditions. The source of that imbalance is how excise is applied. Excise is intended for domestic consumption. Across Canada's export framework, where goods are destined for export, it is not applied at source. It is applied if and when those goods re-enter Canada. That principle is well established. But land border duty-free is treated differently. Excise duty is applied at the manufacturer level before export is verified, embedding the cost directly into the retail price. U.S. competitors do not carry that cost. So Canadian businesses operating under full federal oversight are competing directly with U.S. retailers under a different tax treatment and unlike any other export channel. That is the issue. Parliament has already established that that where products are clearly destined for export, excise should not be applied at source. Our channel meets that test. Every sale is verified through CBSA controls, and last week CBSA confirmed that our program achieves one of the highest compliance rates in the system at 97%. Despite that, we continue to be treated as though we are part of the domestic market. The correction required is narrow. We are not asking to remove the tax. We are asking to apply it in the right place. Specifically, amending the excise tax 2001 to shift the point of excise duty collection from the manufacturer to the border, so it applies only where goods re-enter Canada beyond personal exemptions. This aligns duty-free with other export channels, maintains tax integrity, and removes a cost that is currently pushing purchases out of Canada and will align our export channel with every other export channel in the country. This is about applying Canada's tax framework consistently, ensuring federally regulated export businesses are not disadvantaged against their only competitors. It is also about sustaining tourism, supporting jobs in very small communities across Canada, and maintaining economic activity in border communities. The path forward is straightforward. What is required is a targeted technical amendment to align treatment as an export channel. Thank you very much, and I look forward to any questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Barrett. On va commencer maintenant avec Monsieur Lefebvre.
We'll start with Mr. Lefebvre, 6 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you to all of our witnesses who are here with us. First of all, Mr. Carras, you said that there's no protection, you have no copyright on your work. Now, how can we protect people like you, given the examples you provided?
It's a difficult question because the world's media companies now are hyper-vigilant about intellectual property. But my work, because it is on the issues that I described, is exactly the opposite. I give it away for free. I make sure people know that there's no copyright, and therefore I can reach hundreds of millions of people. The Government of Canada, for example, anything the Government of Canada produces in media is always copyrighted to the Government of Canada. That should not always be the case. You will reach many, many more people if you don't have a copyright, and we don't have to ask, the viewer or the user does not have to ask for permission. So out of my 5,200 videos, 95% don't have a copyright notice.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Ms. Higgins, you spoke about the importance of international cooperation and having strong partnerships and diversifying economic partners. You know that the United States are our main partner. Currently, how do you see the fact that negotiations are just about at a standstill with the U.S.? Is that something that worries you?
As a Canadian, yes, it is something that concerns me. I think what our message is that in this very changing, turbulent geopolitical reality, we as Canada need to be diversifying our partnerships, and that international cooperation and long-term partnerships in Africa, in Latin America, across Asia is strategically smart for us. Now, one of the things I didn't get to talk about, but I would like to emphasize, is we see international development as a very important, but not the only, pillar of Canadian foreign policy. Yes, it is important to invest in our diplomatic corps and foreign policy work. Yes, it is important to invest in trade. Yes, it is important, absolutely, to invest in defence and security in this moment. Our message is that international cooperation is a very, very powerful foreign policy tool for us to be thinking about in a context of deep geopolitical change, including with our neighbour to the south.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn to Mr. Van St-Jean. I hope I pronounced that right. You gave the example of Samuel Richard from Quebec. That really, struck a chord with me. I'd like you to elaborate a little bit more. When you say there's not enough competition in the food chain, well, how can we help out there? You spoke about 30% in schools and hospitals and prisons. I think that could be an interesting solution. Quebec has already been doing that for a few years now. I'd like you to elaborate a little more on that topic.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Lefebvre. So in Canada, as you know, 5 companies control 80% of the food retail market, but the public has focused largely on the retail market, but actually concentration stretches all throughout the supply chain. And when you talk to any organization like a food bank or a school or any one in civil society or even independent grocery stores, their issue is often the concentration in distribution. And then for farmers, a lot of their issue is in the concentration of, for example, anything from seed companies, fertilizer, to machinery, but then also the distributors that they try to get their food to the masses, like Samuel. So for Samuel, it's been really hard because he can't get he has to pay a premium just to get into the distribution market. I think, the issue there is that we don't have any small players in distribution. We also, it's highly dominated by a few corporations. So we need to provide alternatives, and we need to provide incentives for small businesses to grow in that space.
You talk about a premium for entering the distribution market. Who does that premium go to?
It goes to distributors like Sobeys, Cisco. You have to pay to be able to access their market, to be able to become a vendor. Yeah.
I see I only have a few seconds left. Ms. Barrette, if in a few seconds you could answer one recommendation, what would it be?
Thank you so much for the question. Our recommendation is clear and simple: that the excise tax that we incur as an export market needs to be moved to being
Apologies, Ms. Barrette. We have
taken
to
at the sorry
end it
sorry
there.
about that.
Thank you. That's okay. We're going to continue now with Dr. Martin for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much to all the witnesses for being here today.
With some questions for Mr. Vizenchin at Food Secure Canada, because we've heard a lot in our pre-budget consultations about food security, and certainly in my own community, and I know in communities across the country, access to affordable food is a pressing issue for Canadians in this moment. I was interested to see that a lot of your recommendations functionally focus on the supply side, and particularly the recommendations related to community-owned grocery stores, addressing monopolies, et cetera, all of which interprovincial trade barriers, all of which is important, of course. But what we have been hearing from many other groups at these consultations is that functionally, food security is an issue of low income, and that as a government, we need to be looking at addressing low income if we want to get at the issue of food security for Canadians. And so we've heard from groups who talk about making the disability tax credit refundable. We've heard from groups talking about increases to the Canada Child Benefit. We've heard from groups who want to see a focus on capping rents and investing in deeply affordable housing so that low-income people have money left over at the end of the month to purchase food. I'm just curious as to why your recommendations are so different. And perhaps you could speak to, of course, it would be great to do all of these things, but why is that the case? And what is your view on supply side versus demand side investments to address?
Thank you so much, Madame Martin, for the great question. So in our work on food affordability, we have three main pillars. The first pillar is income. Absolutely, to be able to afford food, people need sufficient income, and that's why we're fully behind our partner organizations' demands for increasing income supports for working people, for people with disabilities, seniors, children, and so on. However, what we're dealing with nationally is not just a household food insecurity crisis, but a national food security crisis. Food security extends beyond just people's income, but also how our economy is structured. And as you know, we're having big problems with trade where we need to encourage and strengthen our own economy. And Canadians are asking for buying Canadian products. So that number one concern, economic concern of Canadians is grocery prices, and we have to do something about that. So our second and third pillars, therefore, are addressing the corporate concentration and supporting alternatives like shortening supply chains.
That's helpful. Thank you. And sorry to cut you off, but my time is limited, and I did want to ask some questions of Ms. Higgins. You've made a compelling case around global development assistance, and I'm curious, with respect to the Sustainable Development Goals, we are, I think it's fair to say, seeing a retrenchment and a de-investment by high-income countries in general in global assistance in this moment. Your observation that our values and our interests are often aligned, I think is a really important one for us to reflect on. What do you think is the role of Canada vis-a-vis multilateral organizations, which have often been the focus of our international global development investments, versus more kind of, you might call them project-based or bilateral or country-to-country investments in the kinds of priorities that you speak about?
Thank you very much, Madame Martin, for the question. I think it is really important to just take a few seconds to reflect on the extent of decreases in global resources for international assistance and humanitarian action. Over the last 12 months, the OECD has reported a 25% drop. Over the last 3 years, a 35% drop. And over the last 1 year, humanitarian contexts having a 35% drop. So this is really, really significant. At the same time, we are in a moment where the international multilateral system is under a huge amount of strain, a huge amount of pressure, and frankly, a need to change. And that's okay. Like any system, modernization is good, change is good. So when you look at what role Canada can play in the reform of the multilateral system, I think the world is looking to Canada to step up and step in and take a leadership role in being very propositional about how we streamline, how we make the global multilateral system more efficient and more effective, but frankly, how we still defend it. Multilateralism has been incredibly important for tackling some of the most critical challenges we have faced in the world. And when we look at the challenges we're facing, these are global, they are trans-border in nature, and we require global cooperation for us to be able to tackle these. So I really hope that that is an area where Canada can show leadership. It is certainly an area where the world is looking to us to be leaders. To be very quick on your second question around modalities, our position is that Canada should be using the most effective modality for the right context. Sometimes that might be multilateral action, sometimes that might be investing in long-term government-to-government partnerships, sometimes that might be supporting local civil society organizations at the front lines of this work, and it's up to us to look at what is the most effective tool in the place and space that needs it.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Martin. On va continuer maintenant avec M. Garon pour 6 minutes.
Mr. Garon, 6 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings to the witnesses. I find the conversation very interesting. I'll continue with you, Ms. Higgins. We know that the American administration has cut international aid, and that was Trump's vision. And for other countries, they probably should have done something. But the 2025 budget in Canada, under Mark Carney, $2.7 million is planned to be cut over 4 years for international aid. That's 10 to 12% in terms of a decrease. You talked about Canadian leadership and what the planet expects of Canada. How is it that there is such a huge gap between the narratives of Mr. Carney and the actions around international aid when we're talking about such a decrease and what's happening in America? How can that be explained? Thank you very much for the question.
In my previous response, and as you alluded to, there has been a significant decrease in global resources for overseas development assistance. And as you rightly noted, in the last budget, we saw a $2.7 billion reduction. There are a few points I'd like to make here. First is, as I said, the world is looking to Canada to step up, but I do sometimes feel and think that there is a misalignment between how we see ourselves acting in the world and the reality. So, for example, in the most recent OECD data on overseas development assistance, Canada is ranked 14th when we look at the resources that we are giving to international development assistance. This is based on the amount of ODA we give to our gross national income. So there is work that we can do to move up that ladder, and the world is looking to us to do that.
Je comprends, Madame Higgins.
Ms. Higgins, I understand that sometimes we're a smaller player than we think we are. Canadians always think that they're part of a bigger country than they are, but perhaps that's just because of our geographic reality. But there are direct impacts on people, protecting sexual minorities, among other things. There are consequences to this Canadian policy. But on a more broader scale, when we talk about public opinion and international aid, you'll recall that at the time of Prime Minister Harper, there was a lot of controversy when the government got involved in the Canadian International Development Agency. There were impacts on funding. The government, in fact, basically had done what the Carney government is doing. At the time, people talked about it a lot. People were very aware. And there was a strong reaction. How is it that today we're having a hard time communicating the message to the public? International aid is important. It's important for equality and fairness, and also for public health worldwide. This affects us directly as Quebecers and as Canadians. Infectious diseases, we got rid of a lot of them, but some of them can still come back. So it's in our interest. How can we convince the public of this, of the importance of this? And why has the public changed how aware they are of international cooperation issues?
And an organisation that is a coalition of more than 100 Canadian international development and humanitarian organisations who have millions of Canadians that support them every day. As I said in my testimony, Canadians gave $1.4 billion of their hard-earned money to these issues in 2023. So I think that does demonstrate that there is absolutely interest, pride, care, and an appreciation, as I said, that yes, it is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to step up and support those on the front lines of very challenging climate, conflict, humanitarian crises. But it's also strategic. And as you mentioned, from a public health perspective, pandemics, security, we are a globally integrated country. And what happens outside our borders does have direct impacts and effects on us.
And on the same subject, since you're talking about donors and people are very generous and it's important for them to give charitably and it's used on the ground, most of these organizations have missions that are quite extraordinary. But in your brief, you talk about the importance of modernizing tax regulations for organizations like the ones you represent. In the time remaining, can you speak more to that?
À propos les organisations que je
Are you talking about in terms of the organizations I represent? Yes, in reaction to the economic update, you spoke about the modernization of tax regulations for NGOs, the ones you represent. Can you talk to us about your recommendations?
I think the charity and regulatory environment for Canadian organizations is very important. It's something that we work with domestic charities very closely on. I think we are highly regulated, we are highly effective, and we do seek to be very, very efficient. In our budget brief and submission, we outline ways that we can modernize and look at increasing efficiencies as organizations, but also in our relationships with Global Affairs Canada around transparency, flexibility, cutting red tape, and ensuring that we are collectively doing a better job of explaining to Canadians why this is strategically important for our country.
Donc, on espère que vous aurez...
So let's hope you have the ears and the eyes of the government. And I will hand it back over to the chair. Thank you, Mr. Garon.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to direct my questions to Ms. Barrett. Ms. Barrett, thank you for your opening remarks. I could feel the pain in your opening statement. And yes, it is no secret that the administration south of the border has been less than collaborative. Now, to compound the issue and make it worse, of course, we haven't yet seen a resolution or even the urgency to come to a resolution in terms of the tariff dispute. From this side of the border, with several deadlines come and go over a year ago now, and I can feel the pain because I also have tool and die manufacturers in my riding that are particularly concerned about their future and, of course, the jobs that they're providing to their employees and the livelihood to their families. So just more broadly speaking, could you speak about how the businesses that you represent or the stores that you represent feel about this
colleagues,
lack of urgency?
just noting that bells have begun. Do we have UC to continue for another 15 minutes? They're 30-minute bells? Yeah, okay, great. We'll continue. Thank you.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, on a point of order, yes, Mr. Garon. I am completely in agreement if we have unanimous consent. I know that we're at the beginning of opening remarks for these witnesses, so that would bring us to about 15 minutes. So we're going to finish without having questions? No. No, we've finished the first round of questions. Oh, okay, my apologies. Madam Chair, that is the fault of all that filibustering. I half apologize. Thank you. We'll continue for another 15 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Kobina.
So can you speak about how the businesses that you represent feel about this lack of urgency to have a resolution with this tariff issue?
Thank you for the question. I'd like to first point out that our stores got through 20-month border closure during the pandemic, and that we can get through this decline in traffic going over the border again if we have the correct support and if we have this playing field leveled so that we can compete with our only competitor, which is the United States. And if we get this tax issue cleared up, which we think is a very straightforward issue, that we'll be able to get through this decline in traffic over the border, despite the lack of urgency to get the things cleared up. We are viable businesses. We operate in small communities across Canada that really depend on these businesses as pillars of the community. We're seeing loss of employment as stores are closing. We have had one close in New Brunswick, and we have 4 or 5 more who are on the brink out west. So we feel that urgency, and just having this level playing field with our only competitor, the United States, with this very small tax issue, it would really go a long way to seeing us through this difficult time.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And of course, we know the businesses are resilient and they adapt very quickly, most definitely quicker than the government. But of course, when the issue is prolonged, right, then it's difficult for them to adapt or to even stay open, like you mentioned. But also when there is a shifting priority, it seemed, for the government, right? Like we see the first, it was a rupture with the U.S. Oh, now Canada Strong will make America great again. And so that flip-flop, I'm sure, also impacts businesses because they don't know the priority. They can't plan for it. Can you speak to that?
I can speak to the fact that as soon as the tariff threats occurred last year and as soon as the 51st state rhetoric occurred, we felt the impact immediately. So the longer this goes on and the longer we see that decline in traffic, the more difficult things become and the more urgent things are. So timing really is of the essence for us as we see more stores on the brink of closing the longer it goes on.
Yeah. And thank you for that. And I'm glad you mentioned that because, of course, it is the businesses that are caught in that crossfire. And therefore, what does a business mean? It means jobs and it means the livelihood of people. So in your opening statement, you did mention about the structural differences between an American business and a Canadian business and how we are at a disadvantage. Could you expand on that?
Absolutely. So we have an excise tax put on the products in our businesses that the U.S., our only competitor, does not incur in their stores. And as I said, they're often just meters down the road. So instead of that money being spent here in Canada, which is the purpose of our stores, is that last opportunity to keep money in Canada that will otherwise be spent in the U.S., well, they're just not. When our prices are so much higher, they're not spending it in Canada. They're just waiting and going ahead and spending it in the United States. So we're not only not getting those tax dollars from those sales anyway, we're not getting those sales and other sales that might come from people stopping at our stores.
And that concludes your time, but thank you very much. Mr. Turnbull, you have 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Van Sinchen, thank you for being here. Thanks to all the witnesses, but I want to ask you a few questions. And thank you for the work that Food Secure Canada does. By the way, I've been following the organization for years. They wrote the People's Food Policy years ago, worked on getting Canada's first ever national food policy since World War II. Were instrumental in advocating for the local food infrastructure fund. You've made a recommendation about expanding that considerably. But I want to get back to, I know that my colleague, Ms. Martin, asked some really good questions about, income security being part of food security. And notwithstanding those, because I think those are really good comments, But your focus today was really on the structural elements within the economy, and I think that's really important. I mean, essentially, I take what you've said here today as we need to rebuild the regional food systems that once were thriving in Canada, those local-based food systems. Can you speak to how those shorter supply chains add to resilience in our food system at a time where it's vulnerable to a lot of these shocks that Ms. Higgins was talking about that are international and global in nature?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. So our regional food systems, our farmers, like Mr. Samuel Richard, they are trying to grow food that is organic, that is safe, that is healthy for our children and our for Canadians, and they want to get it to Canadian markets. Small farmers, middle-sized farmers, they are also far more resilient to extreme weather, and also relying on them, building up infrastructure for them helps us by avoiding being having an agricultural system that primarily depends on export, and then more than half of our food is exported, and more than half of our food is imported. So there's something wrong there. Another example that a farmer I spoke to just the other day, Mr. Gabriel, he also had the same problems. He's a bigger farm, but still, he exports 45% of his vegetables to far-off places like Kentucky. They're delicious vegetables, and he just can't get them into the supermarket because it would bring a loss. So we need to strengthen the position of these farmers. We need to deliver food to Canadians who want Canadian food. And this will help our national security by strengthening our economy and also the environment.
Great, thank you. Let me just ask you a more pointed question about disrupting the current consolidation in the food system. I think that's what Canadians, when they're talking about prices at the grocery store, when the Competition Bureau has done analysis and said, well, we need more independent grocery stores, and you've said that those grocery stores actually don't have the supply chains that support them, right? And so essentially, what I take that way I take the points that you've made today is to rebuild those shorter, smaller regional supply chains is going to support more competition at the retail end of the supply chain, which is where consumers interact. And then that is what effect is that going to have essentially on prices? Because it undercuts a lot of the major corporations that are out there that are driving up those prices, does it not?
That's right. So the major food retailers since 2020 have profited by over 120% and doubled their profit margins. So we hear talk that, this is a small margin industry, but they're the middlemen and they're extracting profit wherever they can. So you look at let's say a small family-run grocery store, independent grocery store in a small town. They are forced to buy from their own competitor, like Loblaws or Sobeys, because it's often the only truck that comes into town. So if we get different companies, different small businesses, nonprofit distribution centers, food hubs, strengthen them, then those small businesses, community food spaces will have an alternative.
Thank you. I want to jump in one more question, or no, I'm out of time?
10 seconds.
So why nonprofit? Why is that important? Because you mentioned that a number of times. Does that help take some of the profits out of the supply chain as well?
You have like a one answer.
Against profiteering.
Thank you very much. On va conclure avec Monsieur Garon pour 2 minutes.
We'll conclude with Mr. Garon, 2.5 minutes. Yes, Madam Chair. A round of questions that was not in danger at all. I will continue with the Frontier Duty Free Association. We know that with the trade conflict with the United States, sales in these stores have gone down significantly for most of them. My understanding is that these sales were especially affected for duty-free stores along the border. We're talking about a decline, according to the Journal de Montréal, as high as 80%. Now, these targeted measures that you mentioned in your brief, how long should they apply for? That's my first question. And do you foresee a return to normal sales at some point? Because there's road and tourism stats that you have to closely follow. What do you foresee in that case?
Thank you so much for the question. I'll answer the second part of your question first, if you don't mind, and that is, do we foresee it going back? We operate in small border communities across Canada, and we count on that cross-border travel going into the United States. We understand that there's a decline right now, but we also think that that's a moment in time, and that will go back to its previous levels at some point. And border communities across Canada depend on that. The second part of your question is the targeted supports and how long that will support us. In our submission, we did ask for a loan program to help some of the stores who need it the most and to allow them to stay open until things return back. But the bigger part of our request is this permanent solution and the leveling of the playing field to allow us to compete properly with the United States as it should be, and to align us with other export channels in Canada and to exempt us from that. Sorry, I shouldn't say exempt. Manufacturers are exempt, but to remove the tax from the source and have it collected at the border where it should be, like all other export channels in Canada have it. We're the only export channel that has it applied at source, and we're asking to have it aligned with the other export channels and have it collected at re-entry into Canada as it should be.
Great.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay, merci, monsieur.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Garand.
I would like to thank our witnesses for your time and your suggestions and recommendations today. We will now suspend until after the vote. Thank you. to truncate the next 2 meetings, and so instead of having an hour for each, we'll have 45 minutes for each, and that way we'll still be able to hear from all of the witnesses, and we'll be able to get for sure 1 round of questioning in. So just if you want to govern yourselves accordingly. So with that, I would like to welcome our next panel of witnesses. From the Canadian Media Producers Association, we have Alain Srati, the Senior Vice President, Industry and Policy, as well as Kyle Irving, OM, Chair of the Board of Directors. From Inuit Teparit Kanatami, we have President Natan Obed. From the Métis National Council, we have Victoria Pruden, the President, who is joining us by video conference, as well as Alyssa Donor, Manager Legislative Affairs, here in the room. And from the Ontario Federation of Indigenous Friendship Centres, we have Sean Longboat, the Chief Executive Officer, as well as Audrey Davis. I would just like to remind participants of a couple of points. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by a video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. For those on Zoom, at the bottom of your screen, you can select the appropriate channel for interpretation, either Floor, English, or French. And for those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. And just a reminder that you may be asked questions in either English or French. And so if you require interpretation, to please have your earpiece on and ready to go right now, so that we can make the best use of the time that we have available. And just a final reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. Each of your organizations will have 5 minutes for opening remarks, and I like to keep that as tight as possible so that we can make sure that we can keep the meeting flowing. So with that, we will begin with the Canadian Media Producers Association. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Standing Committee, Madame la Présidente, and membres du Comité Permanent.
And members of the Standing Committee.
For you today. My name is Alain Strati, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Industry and Policy at the Canadian Media Producers Association, the CMPA. I'm joined by Kyle Irving, the co-owner and executive producer of Eagle Vision and chair of the CMPA Board of Directors. Based in Winnipeg, Eagle Vision is the most prolific production company with an Indigenous ownership in Canadian history. The CMPA represents more than 650 independent production companies working in film, television, and digital media. As small and medium-sized business leaders, independent producers help fuel local economies, creating over 180,000 jobs across the country, contributing $11.7 billion to the national GDP and attracting $6.2 billion in foreign investment. Canadian independent producers are creative entrepreneurs and bold risk takers. They are the driving force behind the creative, financial, and strategic decisions that turn a simple idea into a successful film or television show. They tell the stories that reflect who we are as Canadians, stories that showcase our history, amplify underrepresented voices, and connect audiences at home and around the world. Kyle?
We do have 3 proposals, and we'll outline them shortly. However, underpinning all that we have to say today is a deep concern about the future of the Online Streaming Act. This legislation was the result of a decade of public consultations, industry input, and dedicated policy work. It has the laudable goal of ensuring U.S. streamers, who make billions from Canadian audiences, invest a portion of those revenues back into the production of Canadian stories. Last week, the government pressed pause on the regulatory framework needed to implement these important pieces of legislation. In doing so, it may have inadvertently pulled the rug out from under the future of Canadian content. The government must defend the Online Streaming Act. Abandoning or further weakening it would be a historic mistake. Since Mark Carney became Prime Minister last year, Canadians have applauded his overt efforts to defend Canadian sovereignty and to strengthen our country's economic self-reliance. In January, at our National Industry Conference, the Prime Minister loudly proclaimed his support for a domestic broadcasting system that produces Canadian stories like the global hit heated rivalry. Where did this Prime Minister go? Canada needs him back. Our cultural sovereignty as a nation is at stake.
Turning to our budget submission, there are 3 tangible actions we encourage the government to take to strengthen the Canadian production sector. First, the government must honor its commitment to increase funding to the CBC, and those contributions should be made permanent. The government committed to fill an investment gap in public broadcasting during the last election campaign, and it should do so in this year's budget. With additional funding, the CBC will be better able to implement a modernized mandate. This renewed mandate should include a formal commitment to Canadian independent production, providing a framework to ensure Canadian producers retain meaningful rights in the shows they produce so they can share in that success of their own programs. The Canadian Film and Video Production Tax Credit, or CPTC, is one of the most important tools the federal government has to support Canadian content. But the credit is only paid after production has wrapped. This forces producers to take out loans to finance the interim period, which is often 18 months or more, with interest costs on these loans consuming as much as 5 or 10% of a show's budget. This money should go on screen, not to the banks. Front-loading the CPTC through partial payment or accelerated reimbursement will remove this production inefficiency. We are also asking that the government make a dedicated permanent investment of $50 million to support the production of Canadian children's programming through existing programs like the Canadian Media Fund and Telefilm, as well as the Rocket Fund. The shows we watch as children stay with us forever. When kids see themselves reflected on screen, it builds a sense of belonging that lasts a lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strati and Mr. Irving. We will now turn to President Obed from ITK. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. Good morning, everyone. As I've been introduced, I'm Natan Obed. I'm the president of Inuit Taprit Kanatami. I want to start just by an overview. Whenever the federal government spends $1, it should understand where that's going, and it should be very clear who the recipients or the class of recipients should be. We have spent over a decade working with this government as Inuit to clarify the rights-holding space that we share with the federal government on the implementation of programs, services, and legislation. Therefore, we call for the return of an Indigenous chapter in the budget with distinctions-based sections so that Inuit can clearly understand exactly what we will be working with this government on instead of having to go into the 30-plus departments, understanding the terms and conditions, and in many cases, advocating for funds that already have been told by us that they are for Inuit or for Indigenous peoples. It is often federal government departments themselves that take these funds and imagine that they are the recipients of those funds through federal budgets. This is the type of practice that we can interrupt by being more clear in the text of every federal budget about monies that are spent on rights-holding Indigenous peoples. ITK has 7 recommendations that I'd like to share with you today. We will be finalizing our pre-budget submission and submitting it formally to this committee within the coming weeks. But I'm able to share with you the general 7 recommendations. The first is in relation to the introduction of an income-tested $7,500 refundable tax credit for low-income residents in Inuit Nunangat. We're requesting this credit as our 51 communities, 82% of those people within those communities are Inuit, have a median income that is $32,000 in relation to $100,000 for non-Inuit people within our communities. We would like to be able to ensure that there is equity amongst all Canadians, and this tax credit would help for the specific Inuit inequity in this country. The second is to establish and fund a new federal program replacing the Inuit Child First Initiative. We started co-development of a sustainable long-term shared responsibility model for CFI in 2019. It is now 2026, and we would love to be able to ensure that there is a replacement for the initial program that was only meant to be a placeholder. We need the funding to be able to work with the government on ensuring that Inuit children have equity in this country. Recommendation 3 is to pursue federal establishing legislation for the Inuit Nunagat University. In Budget 2025, $50 million was allocated by this government to ensure that the university could be built. We recently have identified Arvia at Nunavut as the main campus. We wish to open the doors by 2030, but federal enabling legislation is necessary, and we hope that Budget 2026 can commit to that. Recommendation 4 is supporting the development of a national Inuit identity card to improve access to health and social services. ITK is developing a national ID card equivalent to the Indian status card tied to membership in the 4 Inuit treaty organizations. The card would streamline Inuit access to federal programs and services and prevent those programs and services from exploitation by non-Inuit. We're seeking a policy commitment by the federal government to cooperate with Inuit in developing this card and rolling it out. Recommendation 5, establishing a Build Inuit Nunagat Fund with $1 billion over 5 years. With the focus on the Arctic and the focus on defense and security and the funding commitments for dual use or through NOSH sites or many other considerations for the Arctic, we would like to be able to work directly with this government in a distinctions-based way and in a rights-based way to ensure that our core infrastructure needs are met and not forgotten within the larger considerations of federal infrastructure or major projects and housing considerations. Working directly and working together is something that we've done repeatedly, and we continue to work in partnership with this government on the implementation of funds from previous budgets. It's only makes sense for us to build on that success. Recommendation 6, that the government provide funding in the amount of $55 million in capital investments for justice-related infrastructure, including $4.5 million of O&M annually, to expand Inuit-led justice services and to implement the Inuit chapter of the Indigenous Justice Strategy. This strategy was released in March 2025 and still requires funding for implementation. Recommendation 7, that the government invest $150 million over 7 years to eliminate TB in Inuit Nunagat. Our rate of TB is now upwards to 600 times the national rate for all those other Canadians born in Canada. We have a commitment by this government to eliminate TB together, but we have not allocated the necessary resources to do so. In closing, the distinctions-based considerations and the articulation specifically of funds that are dedicated to Inuit allows for us to do work. We are 75, 80 people. You are thousands and thousands of people within the government sector. We need the clarity to just get to work instead of having to chase funds that are imagined for us, but not then delivered to us.
Thank you so much, President Obed. I will now turn it over to President Pruden from the Métis National Council.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the committee for the invitation to appear today. I'm joining you from Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland in Edmonton, Alberta. My name is Victoria Pruden. I serve our nation as the president of the Métis National Council, the recognized Métis-specific national Indigenous organization in Canada since 1983. Myself, I'm a proud Michifisqueo, a Métis woman, a mother and a grandmother with deep ancestral roots in the Métis Nation spanning all across the Métis homeland. Métis have long played a critical role in Canada's economic prosperity. We've been partners in building this country and its economy, and this context informs the recommendations that I'm going to be highlighting today. Our message to the committee today is simple. The Métis Nation can be a full partner in housing, major projects, procurement, workforce development, while responding to the pressing needs of Métis governments and our citizens. But Budget 2026 must renew the distinctions-based capacity investments that make this possible. Canada is entering a period of generational investments in housing, infrastructure, major projects, clean energy, trade diversification, procurement reform, and workforce development. We support these priorities, and we want to ensure that Métis governments are full partners in their design and delivery. The most successful federal investments in the Métis Nation over the last decade have been distinctions-based, co-developed, and supported by long-term capacity funding. These investments have produced measurable results in areas such as housing, economic development, education, workforce development, grounded in the recognition that Métis governments are best positioned to design and deliver these programs for their citizens. This approach also improves efficiency and value for money by leveraging existing Métis governance structures and infrastructure within those governments and reduces duplication in program delivery. Budget 2026 presents an opportunity to build on these successes and efficiencies. The recommendations in our submission are interconnected and designed to strengthen and build more resilient Métis communities. At the same time, they're complementary to Canada's broader economic growth and nation-building agenda, while advancing shared outcomes. Given the committee's focus on economic growth, I'm going to focus my remarks today on two areas where targeted investments can generate immediate and long-term benefits for both the Métis Nation and Canada: economic development and housing. Canada is pursuing an ambitious agenda focused on housing construction, major projects, clean energy, transportation corridors, trade diversification, and procurement reform. Métis workers and businesses are already active in many of the sectors driving this growth, including construction, manufacturing, transportation, and resource development. In 2020, Métis business and enterprises contributed $25.4 billion to Canada's GDP, not an insignificant contribution. However, all federal economic development funding that supported the MNC and Métis governments sunsetted at the end of the 2025-2026 fiscal year. As Canada advances major economic initiatives, Métis governments currently lack a dedicated source of funding to support continued participation in these opportunities, thus causing a risk of shrinkage and growing gaps in terms of Métis contribution to GDP in the Canadian economy. The Métis National Council is requesting $3.8 million over 3 years to build foundational economic development capacity within the MNC and our governing members. This investment will support procurement coordination, major project participation, strategic economic planning, business engagement, and trade development, including efforts to diversify opportunities both interprovincially and internationally through initiatives such as IPETCA or the Indigenous Peoples Economic and Trade Cooperation Arrangement. This modest investment will ensure Métis governments, businesses, and workers are positioned to contribute to Canada's economic future rather than being left behind by it. Housing remains one of the most pressing challenges facing Métis citizens across the homeland. At the same time, Métis governments have demonstrated a strong track record in delivery through the Canada Métis Nation Housing Subaccord, underpinned by the Métis Housing Strategy. This strategy supports thousands of households through home ownership programs, housing repairs, rental assistance, and affordable housing initiatives. The importance of this work is reflected in the fact that, as I appear before this committee today, the Métis National Council is convening elected leaders and technical experts from 5 Métis governments across the homeland in Edmonton for our inaugural Métis Policy Forum that's taking place in the next room. Housing is their primary focus. This forum is bringing our nation together to identify shared priorities, advance solutions, and help inform the next chapter.
Apologies, President Pruden. Could you wrap up in the next 30 seconds, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We're seeking $5.2 million over 5 years for capacity work to explore the renewal of the Métis Nation housing strategy and support the next phase of federal housing policy development and coordination. And the rest is in our submission, and you also have my notes.
Okay, thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much, President Pruden. And we'll conclude our opening statements with Mr. Longboat from the Ontario Federation of Indigenous Friendship Centres. You have 5.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear here today. My name is Sean Longboat. I'm the CEO of the Ontario Federation of Indigenous Friendship Centres. We represent 31 member friendship centres from across Ontario. I'm joined by Audrey Davis, the treasurer of our board of directors, as well as the executive director of the Hamilton Regional Indian Centre. We both happen to be members of the Six Nations of the Grand River Territory and the Greater Golden Horseshoe. And I'm here today to comment on our pre-budget submission. Before I do that, I want to begin by thanking the federal government for restoring Friendship Centre core funding for 5 years, including enhancements. Those enhancements were initially time limited, and its continuation stabilizes the operational backbone of friendship centres for the first time in decades. This has been critical in moving centres out of survival mode and to thriving. Ontario is home to the largest urban Indigenous population in Canada, with 88% of Indigenous people now living off reserve in cities, towns, and rural areas. Friendship centres are significant multi-service organizations employing more than 930 frontline staff across 31 communities. The recent enhancements announced allow friendship centres to build management capacity and focus on long-term planning and partnerships. A few examples of what stability is already making possible. In Thunder Bay, a 58-bed Indigenous youth transitional housing facility is moving forward and is set to open in the coming months. In Hamilton, the Friendship Centre is achieving strong housing outcomes and has developed a new partnership with child welfare agencies to improve outcomes for Indigenous families. And across Ontario, friendship centres now have the capacity to develop long-term strategic plans that create a clear path for lasting success. Centres are also using the funding to stabilize wages, as program salary caps were causing chronic turnover. Before the enhancements, 1/3 of Friendship Centre staff had reported to us that they themselves were using food banks in their communities. We're also studying the economic impacts of friendship centres. Early analysis shows that for every dollar invested, friendship centres generate approximately $1.17 in local economic activity, outperforming growth from mainstream and government service delivery. I'm here today to reflect the priorities in our pre-budget submission, particularly mental health and addictions, housing and homelessness, violence prevention, and emergency management. We also want to be clear about what we're asking for. We recognize that Canada is facing physical constraints. We're not asking for increased core funding. That stability is in place, and it's working. I want to draw the distinction between core funding and program funding. Core funding is not program funding, but what we need is continuation of program funding alongside targeted investments in key priority areas identified within our submission. What we are proposing builds on our results and protects the progress that has already been made. First, mental health and addictions. This is a national crisis that disproportionately affects Indigenous people, and sustained investment in Indigenous-led wraparound services reduces pressures on healthcare systems and improves community safety. Second, housing and homelessness. In Ontario, Indigenous people represent 20 to 50% of the population experiencing homelessness and account for up to 65 to 88% in some communities, while only making up 3% of the province's total population. Friendship centres deliver integrated, cost-effective housing programs that outperform fragmented systems and reduce reliance on shelters and emergency services. Our submission calls for renewal and expansion of the Reaching Home program, fulfillment of the urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy commitment, and expanded Indigenous-led housing solutions. Our third priority is violence prevention. Programs like Kije Anishnabenin, which translates to I Am a Kind Man, work with Indigenous men and boys to prevent violence and promote healthy relationships alongside other prevention-focused services supporting safer communities. At the same time, the 4-year Urban Indigenous Homeward Bound program supports sole parent mothers to stabilize, to complete post-secondary education, enter the workforce, and build long-term independence and intergenerational prosperity. We know this program is working, but it is currently underfunded and it's at risk. We're asking the federal government to step up
Apologies,
and
Mr.
help to
Longboat.
sustain
Could you
it.
wrap up in the next 20 seconds? Thanks.
We also want to address emergency management. Friendship centers play a critical role in evacuation, but the current system lacks coordination and is not consistently culturally safe. So in summary, our budget priorities include mental health and addictions, housing and homelessness, violence prevention, Indigenous-led emergency management. And our message is simple, that friendship centers are Indigenous-led solutions that improve outcomes and reduce costs for government and communities. And we have presented our submission to you for consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Longboat. We'll begin this round of questioning with Mr. Morin from the Conservative Party. Go ahead. You have 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to our guests. It really hits home for me when you talk about distinction-based funding. And you kind of answered my questions on the principles of what you're seeking. Indigenous peoples are First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. And as the Shadow Minister for ISC, and getting a look under the hood of government and reading the departmental plans and all the things that they do, as a former chief, we never really did that, but now I have to as a member of Parliament. And I was surprised to learn that it's 8,000 employees, 22,000 administered programs across 600 plus First Nations, plus Inuit, plus Métis communities. I don't see how that's not, that is purely a broken system. That is inefficient. And so I hear the communities when they say they want distinctions-based funding, because what I see in the first year here is that it's a churning of mishmash, non-statute-based funding, and we're talking about rights when it comes to Section 35 of these communities. President Obed, you said you struggled for 10 years when it came to distinctions-based funding. Is that correct? Like, is that how long you've been in negotiations with this current government?
I'd say we have made gains through the Inuit Crown Partnership Committee, through the adoption of the Inuit Nunavut policy, and through distinctions-based sections within federal budgets. But those gains have not lasted. So we've spent all this time, all this energy, and all this money to be more efficient and to get to the outcomes that we're looking for. But unfortunately, over the past 3 to 5 years, we have lost some of the gains that we have made, and now we're back in a space where we are asking for the same thing that we thought that we fixed in 2016, 2017, and 2018.
You know, I find that the government is really good at making announcements and putting numbers on a board, but are you aware that even in their own departmental plan for ISC, that one of their KPIs when it comes to the percentage of Inuit adults living within the Inuit homeland who report being in excellent or very good health, for 2023 it was 36.9%, for 24 it was 36.9%, and for 25 it was 41.6%. But when you go to the actual caveat here, these results are from 2012 to 2017. Does that really say that the government is serious when it comes to doing distinctions-based funding when they're using results from just about over 10 years ago?
We are challenged every day in having the same type of conversation. The StatsCan Indigenous People Survey is being replaced gradually by the Kanuipita Inuit Health Survey. So we want the best possible policy framework from the statistical information available. Unfortunately, we don't have that at this moment, but it is coming.
Well, I do share your desire for distinctions-based funding, because I think this is a mishmash of non-statute-based funding. For a $25 billion budget, $130 million is statute-based funding and that's for nothing to do with rights holders. That is to do with employee salaries. And so I think, again, if we're going to honor Section 35, which includes all Indigenous peoples, we have to go to statutes-based distinctions funding. Thank you for emphasizing that. For my friends at the Métis Friendship Centers of Ontario, you mentioned program funding, and you said your core funding was sustainable, it was okay, but your program funding and your distinctions-based funding was going down. Is that correct?
Yes, the core funding has been stabilized through the Urban Programming for Indigenous Peoples program, but that program in particular funds the operations of centers, so it keeps the doors open, the lights on, an executive director employed, but there are many gaps as it relates to programs and services today, and many of those programs are at risk of not being in a position to continue, and so we're asking the federal government to address those gaps and continue to invest in what's working.
Saying it's kind of a cliche or a kind of a cheeky meme in modern day times, but it's off reserve lives matter. People like saying that from the res or from Indigenous communities. And you provide a specific service because, like on Jordan's principle, that's what led to that court case and where the province said it's not our jurisdiction, the federal government said it's not our jurisdiction. So talk about how your centers fill that gap, not just for the Jordan's principle scope, but for all other scopes, and how important it is that your program funding be sustained as best as possible.
It's so important, and you mentioned Jordan Rivers, and in that case, there was jurisdictional dispute happening where the young person was not serviced because jurisdictions couldn't agree on who was to serve the individual. And friendship centers are very much community focused, human focused in their service delivery. And oftentimes when individuals come into cities, friendship centers are their first point of contact. And we offer a range of programs and services across mental health and addiction supports, housing, employment, and many others for the vast majority of Indigenous people that are living in cities and towns today.
I just want to commend you on your one program when it came to I Am a Kind Man and violence, because we just heard the Minister of ISC say that basically the goal of the department is to lower intimate partner violence from 16.9% across Indigenous communities to 16%. We pushed back and said the goal should actually be 0. And so I just commend you for actually putting in programs and getting results as opposed to just throwing KPI numbers that come from absolutely we don't know where on such things. Then my final question is for the Métis community, the Métis National Council there. You talked about, again, distinctions-based funding, but I thought, can you reiterate what you were talking about the, was it ECDEV and housing and how Métis distinct housing is working as opposed to being thrown in with other programs in this ISC ministry in particular?
About 30 seconds for a response.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you brought this up. For us, actually, pan-Indigenous housing application-based rollouts simply do not work. Métis governments know how to respond to communities, and housing that is housing funding in particular, and I'll use for an example the subaccord on Métis housing, which allowed Section 35 rights holding Métis governments to receive and administer housing programming and housing development on our own terms tailored to a holistic approach, is absolutely the best outcome.
Apologies, President Pruden. I'm going to have to end it there. That concludes the time for this round. Thank you, Mr. Moran. We're going to continue now with Dr. Martin for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you all so much for being here. It's an honor to have such distinguished guests at the committee this morning. I wanted to begin by asking some questions to President Obed and to thank you for the work of ITK and the inspirational leadership that you provide. I note that your budget submission from last year, like your budget submission, I understand, from this year, have a focus among other things on the elimination of tuberculosis. I think many Canadians still don't know that we have tuberculosis on these lands, and specifically the extent to which it is a serious health threat in Inuit communities. Also, in some of our more urban communities, and of course, the conditions under which tuberculosis spreads, are not just about the infectious agent. It's about the housing and social surrounding environments that allow that lethal disease to spread in communities. I'm wondering if you could describe for us what are the conditions that have made tuberculosis so difficult to eliminate among our Inuit neighbors and friends, and could you talk to us a little bit when you are able to price a solution so precisely, it speaks to me of a plan that underpins those numbers. Could you talk to us a little bit about what it's going to take to reach the goal of eliminating tuberculosis by 2030? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We have 4 jurisdictions across Inuit Nunangat. Each have their own TB elimination plans. We do not have a blanket rate of TB across Inuit Nunangat. We have outbreaks currently in Nunavik and Nunavut in the last couple of years that have been really driving the rate of TB, which now is about 600 times. But in 2018, when we started our TB elimination work, it was only about 300 times. Unfortunately, COVID interrupted the public health work, the identification of active TB in communities, and then also the treatment. So we understand that TB is a social disease in many cases, and that we can eliminate TB through specific targeted actions such as improved housing. Our housing overcrowding rate is 51%. Eliminating poverty, we have a 41% poverty rate. Reducing food insecurity, we have a 70% food insecurity rate. Increasing public health outreach. We do not have a complete health system across Inuit Nunangat. And then also primary care, the care and then treatment. We also have a research component to understand how TB affects our communities specifically. Genomics will really help with us understand how to treat TB. And so there was a $125 million allocation in the spring update for just basic capacity for TB work over the next 5 years. What this additional funds will do will unlock the public health upstream work to further identify TB, to treat active TB, and then also to focus on the specific health components and the Inuit societal components of TB elimination. We still need housing, we still need healthcare facilities, we still need doctors. Those are parts of the larger whole. We are trying to do our part.
Helpful, thank you. I would like to move to our friends from the Ontario Federation of Indigenous Friendship Centres. I have a wonderful friendship centre in my community, the Native Canadian Centre of Toronto, that does a wide range of inspiring work. And so I was really glad to see the announcement of stable funding and sustained funding that allows them and other friendship centres to plan for the future and to properly compensate their staff, et cetera. So I agree with you that that was a really important announcement, important commitment by this government. But there's, of course, always more work to be done. And you speak in your submission about the importance of Indigenous-led mental health and addiction services, particularly in urban communities. And while these are resilient communities who have lots of strengths, there's certainly some very significant challenges, I know, around mental health and addictions in my own city in Toronto. What has been your experience of what works across the many friendship centres that you represent? And can you talk a little bit about, given that we do live in an interjurisdictional world, that is the case, of course, for everyone at this table, for Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, particularly when it comes to healthcare services, many of which reside in provincial jurisdiction. What have you seen that works around partnerships between federal and provincial governments, and what has been your experience of Ontario government policy vis-a-vis addiction services and mental health services? How has it affected Indigenous people?
Thank you very much for the question. What works is simple, Indigenous-led approaches to mental health and addiction services. Friendship centres are working. In terms of Ontario policy, we've been a long-standing partner of the Ontario government in shaping public policy to improve outcomes for Indigenous people. However, there's a lot of work to do in terms of funding, in terms of supportive policy. We know that friendship centers, through their range of services, improve outcomes for the people that access services. Over the last 2 years, we've seen 332 2 individuals who improve life skills through community-based programs. 571 of them talked about improved family relationships, and 300 had a stronger cultural connection. So those that maintain stronger cultural connections, understand who they are, where they come from, and what are their responsibilities as an Indigenous person, show improved health outcomes, broadly speaking.
You have about 15 seconds left.
I'll cede my 15 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Martin. Monsieur Garon, à vous.
Mr. Garon, over to you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, thank you to all of our guests, our witnesses. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for submitting your briefs. I'll start with you, Mr. Longboat. In Quebec, we've had great success with our Indigenous friendship circles, the one in Val d'Or. Edith Cloutier and her team have been working on it, and that has become a pillar of reconciliation and also a flagship institution because they offer services to First Nations. This work is often very little known among the public. I'd like to give you the opportunity to tell us a little more about the work that's done, but also the current federal funding. Does it allow you to cover the growing needs in urban settings, especially in Quebec?
Thank you very much for that question. And I would concur with your assessment that there are a lot of community members across the province that ask all the time, what is a Friendship Center? And I have to explain to them the history of the Friendship Center movement. It goes back many decades, back to the late 1950s, in fact. So we have a long history within this country. I believe Friendship Centers are an institution in this country. In terms of the opportunity to grow, we have raised with the federal government that there needs to be a distinct set-aside for new and developing friendship centers. The funding that we receive today allows us to maintain 31 friendship centers that we have in Ontario, but it doesn't actually allow a growth. And we receive queries from time to time from community members that are interested in developing a friendship center in their cities, in their towns. But unfortunately, as it stands, we're not in a position today to grow the movement.
Thank you, Mr. Longboat. I'm asking the question because we've been observing, well, I don't necessarily have stats, but this is just what I'm seeing. It's a new phenomenon in an urban setting. That's been over the last 10 to 15 years. In the statistics, we're seeing that the Indigenous population is growing in urban settings, but most often they're not in optimal conditions, to put it politely. We're seeing a lot of homelessness for Indigenous peoples. Can you talk to us about the situation and the role that your centers play? And what are the sources of homelessness for Indigenous peoples? Is it the absence of health services in the communities or on reserves? Is that why people are coming into the cities and they're not as supported? Can you explain the problems that First Nations members face in cities? How have those changes evolved? What are the causes, and what roles can you play so that in many cases, their human suffering can be reduced?
Thank you very much. There's a lot of work to do, and you're right in your assessment regarding homelessness, and Indigenous people are disproportionately represented among those experiencing homelessness. We're seeing many issues around addictions and mental health, but there's also successes that we're seeing. Improved educational attainment. We're seeing increased levels of employment among people. So it's not all dire in terms of the situation today. However, your point is well taken, and friendship centers exist to address those very issues that you're raising. There's a lot of work to do. The population is growing, as you mentioned. In Ontario, 88% of Indigenous people live in cities and towns. Many of those communities are underserved, and it's programs like friendship centers that can lead to better outcomes for Indigenous people, for families, for elders, for seniors, for children. and for babies. Friendship centers offer wraparound supports to people at all stages of the life cycle. And by investing in friendship centers, we can get in front of some of these challenges before they reach crisis. And that's why many of our priorities are about prevention-based, making sure that we're taking care of the problem before it comes a crisis.
Vous êtes sur sourdine, Monsieur Garon.
You're on mute, Mr. Garon. Thank you very much. Time is precious and rare here. President Obed, recently, you had publicly taken position to abolish the Nutrition North program. I'm interested to know, can you explain why this program doesn't work?
Thanks. To be clear, we have asked for an overhaul of the program. We recognize that the Government of Canada is spending upwards of $200 million for increased food security for Nutrition North eligible communities in the North and the Arctic is generally a good thing. It does not function as a social program. That is our biggest critique of the Nutrition North program. As I stated in my stats for our Inuit population, at a food insecurity rate of 70%, a rebate at till model, basically you go to the store and the retailer tells you how much you're saving, and is a blanket subsidy for all those who use it. It could be individuals and communities, it could be businesses, it could be governments who go to the store. We need a more targeted social program that gets food to the people who need it most in our communities.
I understand very quickly. President Obed, we just have a few seconds left. Can you tell us, food inflation, of course we hear about it in all the media outlets, it's a source of concern for all Quebecers and Canadians. What scale is this at in the communities that you represent?
We have just created a poverty reduction strategy, and in it, an Inuit Nunangat food market basket is one of the key inputs. We are seeing 2 to 5 times the costs of goods and services in the South and food in our Inuit Nunangat communities.
Okay, merci, Monsieur Garon.
Thank you, Mr. Garon.
I would like to thank all of our witnesses for your time today. Apologies about the shortened meeting. However, we can't control when votes happen, but we really appreciate your time and your recommendations. And we're going to take a brief suspension while we turn over for our final panel this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, merci.
the table. Before we begin, Mr. Appleton is here, but his connection is not sufficient for interpretation. So I just wanted to see if there was UC from the committee to allow him to make his opening remarks, but there will not be interpretation. So do we have UC for him to make his opening remarks? Yes? Sorry? Yes? Okay, so we will do that. And members will be allowed to ask questions. There just won't be any interpretation provided for Mr. Appleton. And if that becomes an issue, we can discuss that later on in the meeting. Okay, so with that, I would like to welcome our final panel of witnesses for the pre-budget consultations for the Finance Committee of 2026. Yeah, and so we have, sorry?
Could you make him speak first?
Okay, so first we have Monsieur Renaud Gignac, Senior Advisor from the Investors for Paris Compliance. Then we have Mr. Barry Appleton, the Interim Director of Balsillie Legal Advisory Center. Then we have Stephen Beattie, an industry consultant. And then from Hitachi Energy Canada, Carla Vicente, for the Canada Managing Director. So we will, just before I turn to you, I'd like to just remind you of the following points. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself while you are not speaking. For those on Zoom, at the bottom of your screen, you can select the appropriate channel for interpretation. And for those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. I would just like to remind everyone that you can be asked questions in either English or French. And so if you do require interpretation, to please put your earpiece in now so that we can ensure that we can use the time available to us. And each of you will have 5 minutes for your opening remarks. And we are going to begin with you, Monsieur Gignac. Vous avez 5 minutes.
Bonjour, Madame.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Renaud Gignac. I am a lawyer and economist at Investors for the Paris Agreement, an organization that monitors the climate commitments of major corporations. I am here to propose 2 budgetary measures. First, a windfall profits tax on oil and gas companies, and second, a climate damages recovery act. Before going into the details of these measures, I submit that the Canadian economy is currently suffering from a major inequity. On one hand, taxpayers have already begun subsidizing the astronomical and growing costs associated with climate change. Average home insurance premiums, which reflect the increase in damages, have risen by 45% over the last 6 years, with increases reaching as high as 300% in some regions, like the north of Calgary. At the same time, insurers have raised deductible amounts and are restricting coverage for certain risks. Households are also paying more in taxes, particularly to fund the federal disaster financial assistance program, whose costs increase year after year. Looking ahead, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has established that $5.3 billion per year would need to be invested starting now to adapt our sewers, roads, and dikes, conclusions shared by the Union des Municipalités du Québec Union of Municipalities. At the same time, the Canadian oil and gas sector has generated net profits of $1.5 billion per week since the closure of the Strait of Hormuz last February. That's 3 times more than before the crisis. These 2 parallel trends, rising costs for everyone on one side and record profits for the industry on the other, highlight just how deeply inequitable the current situation is. So what can be done? First, economists have estimated that a windfall profits tax on oil and gas companies could raise between $9 and $46 billion this year, while still leaving the industry with entirely reasonable profits of between $44 and $81 billion. Other countries have successfully implemented such a measure, including the United Kingdom. However, a windfall profits tax is by definition temporary, as it only applies when oil prices are high. But the damages associated with climate change will always be there and will continue to worsen over the coming decades. That is why we are proposing a second mechanism, a climate Damages Recovery Act, targeting historical emissions and modeled on the architecture of recent tobacco victim compensation agreements, in which manufacturers reimbursed public health costs. We're talking $33 billion. In 2024, Vermont passed its Climate Superfund Act, which was shortly followed by a similar law in the state of New York. The New York law requires major GHG emitters to contribute $75 billion over 25 years. That's $3 billion per year toward adapting municipal infrastructure. How does it work? Companies are charged a proportional share of adaptation costs calculated based on their contribution to global historical emissions over a reference period, for example, from 2000 to 2025. We estimate that a Canadian climate superfund could generate between $3 and $6 billion per year over the next 25 years. These funds could be used to compensate victims of climate damages, stabilize the home insurance system, and finance the adaptation of our communities. These two measures could help correct the inequity whereby low and middle income households pay not only more for their energy bills, but also out of pocket for the costs of climate damages. It is time to align our budgetary rules with basic principles of fairness. Let those who are responsible bear the costs, namely the companies reaping exceptional profits and generating GHG emissions, not the household suffering the consequences. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Gignac.
Now with Mr. Appleton for 5 minutes.
Madame la Présidente, appel au règlement.
Oui. On a point of order, Madam Chair. Yes, Mr. Guérin. Apologies, I had a technical problem at the beginning of the committee meeting, a problem with my connection, and apparently I missed the unanimous consent around interpretation. Yes, I am remote today. I know this is a touchy topic, but what are the reasons for which we don't have interpretation? Oh, my apologies, Mr. Guérin. What happened is that the internet connection is not strong enough for Mr. Appleton. So I asked for unanimous consent from the committee to allow him to give his opening remarks. Well, Madam Chair, I really had a technical problem. I don't want this to interfere with the witness's presentation, but yes, Mr. Guérin, if it's unacceptable, that's fine. Unfortunately, my apologies. That's okay. That's why I asked that of the committee.
Mr. Appleton, but we do require to be able to interpret, and so if you would like to send your opening remarks via text, we will circulate that to the committee. But apologies, it is important for us to be able to do that. So thank you for
Madam Chair, is it possible we can't try the interpretation on my current connection?
I think it's already been decided by the House of Commons that the current connection is insufficient for interpretation. It's unfortunate. I thank you for your time, but please do submit your written remarks. You're obviously welcome to stay for the duration of the committee, but we won't be able to provide it if we don't have UC from the members. So thank you very much, Mr. Appleton, and we're going to move on now to Mr. Beattie for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable members of the Standing Committee on Finance, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you during your pre-budget consultations. This is an important time for Canada and one that requires a great deal of thought as we move forward. And of course, every budget has to be evaluated in its context, the context of its times. And this year's budget comes against the backdrop of the CUSMA review and a pivotal moment for the auto industry. Canada's auto sector, our second largest export industry, faces an urgent decision. The CUSMA review will determine whether Canadian vehicle assembly remains viable or declines rapidly. If tariffs persist, Canadian plants, 85% of whose production serves U.S. customers, cannot absorb the extra costs of those tariffs. It would result in plant closures, lost jobs, and severe economic impacts, especially in smaller communities that support our supply chain. However, listening very carefully to the concerns and negotiating objectives of all three CUSMA partners, I believe that there is a path to renewal. A restructured Fortress North America agreement based on strong regional rules of origin, harmonized regulations, and fair treatment of North American content is possible. And the detailed elements of what I believe should be in that policy are in my written submission to the committee. But even a renewed CUSMA requires new national priorities. Strategic funding set aside for industrial transition must be deployed to retool plants and drive innovation in critical areas like powertrain, internet-connected technology and services, and advanced manufacturing. However, the protection of a revised trade deal mustn't become a crutch for industry. We have to accelerate rapidly to regain global competitiveness and leadership. And therefore, Canada must act decisively regardless of the outcome. To advance, we need to replace the current policy dissonance in Ottawa. We need a national automotive strategy treated as a strategic project, guided by clear goals, coordinated across government, and integrated with trade, industrial, and environmental policies. And this strategy should also address the growing threat of transshipment from non-regional players, particularly China, and protect our connected vehicle data and infrastructure. Now, if, on the other hand, we abandon auto manufacturing in favor of expanded trade liberalization, much as Australia has done, a national strategy to transition manufacturers and workers out of the sector is going to be required. And to answer the question that I'm sure is on everyone's mind, Canada has the financial resources to underwrite the shift either way. There are ample funds remaining in the Strategic Response Fund and billions of dollars committed but unspent under the previous EV supply chain strategy. And additional funds could be recovered by terminating the federal ISEV program that currently subsidizes imported vehicles. So to me, the choice is clear. It's a choice of growth or decline. And by moving quickly to secure a modernized trade framework and investing in innovation and transition, Canada can ensure that our auto industry remains a pillar of our economy, supporting prosperity, jobs, and strategic capability for decades to come. But we have a very narrow window for those decisions to be made. Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to any questions that the committee may have.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Beatty. We'll continue now with Ms. Vincente from Hitachi Energy Canada, please.
Madam Chair, honourable members, thank you for the invitation. C'est un honneur d'être aujourd'hui parmi vous toutes et tous.
It's an honor to be here with all of you.
In power grid technology. In Canada, we design, we engineer, manufacture, and deliver the critical systems that enable electricity to move safely, reliably, and efficiently, from high voltage equipment to transformers to grid automation and system integration. Depuis des générations, Hitachi Energy contribue à bâtir.
For generations, Hitachi Energy has been contributing to building our electric network in Canada, and today we are reinforcing manufacturing in Canada for transformers so that we can help with the next chapter.
Supporting transmission systems, interprovincial grids, industrial electrification, and the integration of new power generation. For over 100 years, we have been part of the industrial backbone that enables Canada's electricity system to function and continue to grow. As the Federal National Electricity Strategy points out, Canada is entering a decisive decade. Electricity demand is expected to at least double by 2050, driven by electrification, AI, and industrial growth. Meeting this demand will require over $1 trillion in electricity infrastructure investments. That is not only an energy challenge, but a nation-building opportunity that is aligned with government's priorities on economic growth, productivity, and Canadian competitiveness. At Hitachi Energy, we are investing directly in Canada's energy future. In Varennes, we announced in 2025 an additional $270 million investment to expand our large power manufacturing facility for transformers, building on a prior $140 million investment in 2024. This project will nearly triple production capacity and create approximately 500 high-quality jobs, strengthening both regional economic development and Canada's position as a global clean energy manufacturing hub. With the right policy conditions in place, there is a clear pathway for additional investments to be made in Canada, and we continue to expand grid infrastructure and manufacturing capacity. More broadly, projects like these, alongside other clean industrial initiatives, represent billions of dollars in investment. But their success ultimately depends on one thing: access to reliable, scalable, and modern grid infrastructure. Therefore, I'm offering 4 recommendations for Budget 2026. First, prioritize a made-in-Canada grid supply chain. Global demand for grid components is surging, leading to longer lead times and increased costs. Transforming Canada into a competitive manufacturing hub for critical grid technologies will strengthen supply chain security, create jobs locally, and support regional economic development. Second, strengthen grid planning capabilities to support future system needs. Leveraging global expertise and Canadian experience, Hitachi Energy stands ready to support utilities and governments alike in assessing option, de-risking investments, and designing solutions that are aligned with the priorities. Our recent investment in an HVDC simulation center right here in Canada, one of only 3 globally, will provide a unique platform for customers to test and simulate system scenarios. Third, pair investment with regulatory certainty and workforce development. Faster and more predictable permitting processes are essential to ensure projects are delivered on time and on budget. At the same time, targeted investments in skills and workforce capacity will ensure Canada can execute at the scale required. And the last one, expand clean economy investment tax credits. Critical grid technologies and equipment manufacturing are excluded from ITC eligibility, creating a gap as Canada must expand its grid rapidly. This misaligns the ITC framework. For example, transformers qualify under the Clean Electricity ITC when deployed by utilities, but their manufacturing does not qualify under the Clean Technology Manufacturing ITC. We incentivize use, but not domestic production. Including transformer manufacturing would restore alignment, support developers and manufacturers, and strengthen Canada's supply chain. Without this change, we risk relying further on imports, undermining our competitiveness and energy security. In closing, la voie à suivre est claire, investir dans...
The path forward is clear. Invest in the grid and building Canada faster. Thanks to its long presence in the country, expanding the Canadian transformer manufacturing capacity, and thanks to its world expertise in grid technology, Hitachi Energy Canada is ready to contribute to attaining these objectives. Thank you very much.
Now to Mr. Kelly, we're going to have time for 1 round of votes, but each... of course, thank you. You see how much I want to get to votes on clause by clause eventually. It's been 4 days. Okay, so, but each designated party will get 7 minutes. So, Mr. Kelly, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll begin with Mr. Beatty. You talked about the need for a more productive economy and better productivity. We had the Senior Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada, Carolyn Rogers, spoke of the break glass emergency, and that speech was more than 2 years ago now. Do you think the glass has been broken?
Well, I think the glass is getting awfully close to being broken one way or another. I think we should have been working on this, before now. But the reality of it is that in the absence of a true decision around some of the trade issues that are confronting us, it's very difficult to make a final decision about the direction of investment. That said, we're coming up to July 1st. We're going to know very rapidly whether or not Canada remains part of a North American automobile manufacturing structure. And if we're not, then yes, this is a break glass emergency. There's going to have to be enormous effort put into making the transition to ensure that strategic industries are allowed to continue into the future. In this case, it may mean that auto parts suppliers are going to have to be transitioned to supplying the energy sector, to national defense, to any number of other critical national projects. But it would be a shame and a failure on Canada's part to let those capabilities go.
Right. So you get a sense that we've just been stumbling our way to this point. The alarms have been sounded. There is a well-known problem with productivity. We know that labor productivity in Canada, growth in labor productivity, is at the bottom of the OECD, and it's been there for a decade. Under this government, we've seen no improvement along this in this important area. So, what else can you speak or say to the urgency of the problem of because we also had the testimony at this committee that makes the connection that the productivity crisis in Canada and the affordability crisis are the same thing. We don't have wages and employment income keeping pace with costs. So anything you can add to the urgency on this?
So yeah, I would say 2 things. One is you're absolutely right that the types of employment that we're talking about in the manufacturing sector high wage. It has benefits that are often not available to people in other parts of the economy. And it's a knowledge-based piece of the economy that I think is very important for us to leverage. If you don't have those jobs, then Canadians will not be able to afford the lifestyle that we all want for each other. But above and beyond that, the whole issue of productivity, I think, is something that we need to really keep in mind, and that is that the most unproductive plants are the ones that sit idle waiting for a decision about where to head next. And we've had, in the auto sector, plants closing. We've had plants put into hiatus for up to 2 years at a time. We're taking people out of the workforce at their most productive period and putting them on the shelf.
So that's very important testimony for us. Thank you. But in your opening statement, you also talked about supports for industry in times of disruption becoming a crutch for industry. And what are the dangers there?
So, I think if we look back on tariff strategies in particular, there's so often this desire on the part of industry to say, well, protect us, give us a barrier, and we'll do the right thing. But so often what happens is the barrier goes up, and it becomes a period of profit taking as opposed to a time of reinvestment into the sector. So even when it comes to the deployment of funds existing under federal programs, I think it's extraordinarily important that they not just be for retooling for this model, but that in fact there's a requirement for reinvestment into new technologies or the further development of industrial processes. And I think we've failed to do that in most of the programs that we've established at Canada, either provincially or federally.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, since we only have one round here, I see Mr. Mantle is has joined us at Finance, and I'd like to cede the rest of my time to him.
Sure. You have about just over 2 minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing me to join you here at Finance. I believe I'm subbed in for Mr. Halan. Is that correct? Sure. Okay. Given that I am, I'd like to move a motion that he put on notice in his name on Friday, June 5th. And I'll read the motion. He put several on notice, so I'll just read the one.
1 second, Mr. Mantle. So because it's not in your name, you actually need need UC to be able to move that motion. So are you going to ask for UC to do that?
Madam Chair, that's not respectfully, I don't believe that's correct. I am subbed in as the member and can move the motion.
No,
in his
it's
name.
not in your name. So you need to. Okay, please go ahead.
Just to confirm then, as a member subbed in for another member, I am permitted to move the motion in his name.
Correct, because you are subbed in for him specifically.
Very good, thank you. I know Mr. Halan put several motions on notice, including on Friday, June 5th, so I'll read that motion for the committee's benefit, the one that I'm moving, which is as follows. Given that the Privacy Commissioner of Canada is a trusted and respected defender of the privacy rights of Canadians, given that Liberal members of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security denied the Commissioner an opportunity to protect those rights by appearing as a witness during clause-by-clause consideration of the Prime Minister's overreaching surveillance law, Bill C-22, an act respecting lawful access, it be ordered that the Standing Committee on Finance stand in solidarity with Canadians who are concerned about threats to their privacy and immediately suspend clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-30, an act to implement
Point
certain
of order,
provisions.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Turnbull?
This is clearly out of order with the committee's mandate. The motion doesn't even relate to the mandate of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Let me consult with the clerk.
I'd like to speak to the same point of order, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. You're correct. This motion is inadmissible because it deals with
I'd like to speak to the
business.
same point of order, which I believe is my right to speak to the same point of order as the mover of the motion.
I've already ruled that it's inadmissible, so you're welcome to challenge the chair if you like, but other than that, it's been ruled inadmissible.
So just to clarify, you're saying that the clerks were incorrect to put it on notice as an acceptable motion?
It is, I am deeming it inadmissible because it deals with the business of another committee, and that is not the business of this committee. And Mr. Ventel, sorry, that I've already made a ruling. So if you would like, you can challenge the chair, but otherwise we're going to move back.
Could you just put your reasons on the record for us, please?
Already.
I don't think they're cogent or persuasive. Could you just restate them?
Mr. Ventel, I think I'm going to conclude this part. So you can either continue with the. No, actually, you don't have any more time left in this. So it did, and he had 4 seconds left. So,
on a point of order, Madam Chair.
Monsieur Garon?
Yes, Mr. Garon. I have a question, a procedural question. I understand my colleague's point. Ryan, he's saying that the motion is inadmissible because there's reference to C-22. Now, is C-30 being requested to be suspended? Is it deemed, Mr. Garon, I'm not going to answer this question. I would have to see a written motion. I have already made my decision on this. So we're going to continue with the meeting. And Mr. Letao, it's over to you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
So I'd like to challenge the chair's ruling.
No, I did not interrupt you. I had already made the decision. If you want, you can challenge the chair. Okay.
I'd like to challenge the chair.
Okay, go for it.
I challenge the chair's ruling.
Yeah.
So we're voting on challenging the chair's decision. Just for you, if you vote yay, it is to sustain the decision of the chair. If you vote nay, it is to overturn the decision of the chair. So let's start. Mr. Turnbull.
I vote yay to sustain the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Leteo.
Pour.
Mr. Solsky.
Yay to sustain the ruling.
Mr. McDonald.
Yay.
Madame Martin.
Pour.
Madame Lapointe.
Oui.
Mr. Kelly.
No.
Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Contre.
Mr. Mantle.
No.
Monsieur Garon.
Non.
Yé pour 6, né contre 5.
The decision is sustained. Monsieur Letao, you have the floor.
I believe you said I had 4 seconds left, Madam Chair.
The 4 seconds are up now. Monsieur Letao.
La Présidente.
Glad to see how you run a meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll continue with our subject on the agenda. Pre-budget consultations. Hello, Miss Vicente. Thank you for being here. So we're talking about pre-budgetary consultations and the role that Hitachi Energy plays in the Canadian economy. As you mentioned, you have been around, well, for a long time now, almost 100 years. I had the opportunity to visit your plant in Varennes, and it's a significant commitment on behalf of your firm to offer a reliable electrical grid and to be developed with Canada. To come back to your recommendations, because that was the objective. You talked about the importance of the local supply chain. So a supply chain that is provided in Canada. And so these are some of the big objectives that we have on the government of Canada. We want to make sure that as much as possible, large companies who get contracts from public entities or even in the private sector, that they can incorporate local SMEs in their supply chains. Can you tell us a little more about how you at Hitachi, how you're doing that? How do you ensure that that as many local SMEs as possible participate in your supply chain? Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question. In fact, in Varennes, we already have 50% approximately of our transformer components that are made in Canada or even in Quebec. So in-house at Hitachi, we are very careful because we want to keep bringing that number up. And on a world scale, with all the investments we make, it's important for us to represent Canada adequately and to continue investing in Canada, and that's what we intend to do. As for our supply chain, however, it is important for us to also support and create forums. It's not all players in our supply chain who have all the same financial possibilities. So we have to create opportunities for our suppliers so that they can have access to certain existing programs or potentially generate opportunities for them. This way, claims or requests can be made of the federal government or of the provincial governments. Now, last year I attended an event and we had the opportunity to support suppliers and help them take those initiatives and encourage them to come see us because we're there to support them. Because, of course, I need my supply chain if I want to succeed, and deliver. Thank you very much. And indeed, it's very important because we're talking major investments, not only in electrification, it can be in defense and in the auto sector. There are major changes that are on the way. And of course, this has to be beneficial along the entire chain. This ability to have discussion forums for SMEs, that's important for their participation because that's one of the main questions that always comes up. It's very good. Yes, they say they want to participate, but they don't know who to turn to. Where do they go? How does it work? So the federal government has a role to play, but I think it's very important that big companies like yours are offering these opportunities. Now, another issue that you mentioned, something that's also very important, labor. The availability of labor, that's step number one. And then, of course, training. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you do this? I remember when I visited your plant in Varennes and I saw the workers there. There were workers from different generations, of all ages. So I presume that you have programs for professional development. Yes, what we do at Hitachi Energy, well, the reality is, as you described it, we do have an aging population, and the reality is that in our industry, we're all competing for the same talent and expertise, whether those are my clients or my competitors or otherwise. So it's very important that we look at how we can address this problem and what opportunities exist. So what we did is we started to attempt to diversify where we get our labor from. So maybe younger talent. We are collaborating with a number of universities and even with high schools, for example. We want to be present. We want to demonstrate who Hitachi Energy is and what our sector is. And that way we can encourage, younger people to get interested. And in fact, we also want to go after talent in other industries to attract them over to ours. Yes, the learning curve might be a little higher, because they're not in the energy sector at the time. But we have to think of and approach this differently because, as I said earlier, we all depend on the same resources. So we have to start diversifying. And it works well. It's working well in our plant in Varennes, and maybe you recall, we had discussed that aspect together. We talked about the training that we offer to individuals from other sectors so that we can bring them over and train them. We've also developed different training centers. We have one in Varennes, one in Stony Creek, Ontario. And so we're preparing for the future because we're going to have in-house resources that need this. And that's a very important aspect. Every program that can support that kind of diversification is important. Thank you very much, Madam Vicente. Thank you, Mr. Leteo. Mr. Garon, 5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, greetings to all the witnesses. Thank you for taking the time to be with us today. I will start with Mr. Gignac. I have met you before, spent time with you. There was another phase, another stage of our career where we got to know each other. So thank you. Special thanks to you. And I do have a question for you. When we look at the stock market indices in Canada, we know that the energy sector, well, we know it's the oil sector. Well, we've got a banking sector, and they grant huge loans to this sector at RBC. We know this number is very high, and it's grown over the years. I'd like to know, in your opinion, is the Canadian banking sector too exposed to natural resources, non-renewable ones, and oil resources? And if you have any comparatives for us to demonstrate if this is the case, that would be appreciated. Thank you for the question. Hello, Mr. Garon. When we look at how exposed the major Canadian banks are, there's international banks and there's the Canadian banks who are, yes, more exposed in terms of loans that they grant to the sector. And they also have assets in this sector. Then there's the asset management portion. The oil sector in particular and the gas sector, well, they're very volatile right now, and that's been the case since the beginning of the conflict in Iran, so February. These companies are, they're getting 3 times net earnings. And so if the price of a barrel of oil maintains at the price it is, about $100, and we're talking record profits, $90 billion for these Canadian companies, if I may, because you broached the topic of risk, what I'm observing is that, yes, it's a very risky sector, resources, oil sands in Alberta, new deposits, there's a lot of uncertainty, it's expensive to run them. So the risky part, and yet the government is subsidizing Trans Mountain, there's going to be more public funds for a new pipeline possibly. So when we're talking about carbon capturing, all experts have told me that this is not a technology that can be deployed on a large scale. When you look at all of the risks, the federal government is using taxpayers' money, subsidies and otherwise, to support all of this. So does this not incentivize banks and other financial institutions to take advantage of this, while the taxpayers are shouldering the risk? Well, the other thing to keep in mind is that demand for oil has decreased in China, gone down by 9%. And that's since the crisis in Iran started. In past energy crises, well, demand was non-elastic, so taxes could go up and the demand wouldn't decrease. But what we're seeing with this crisis is that demand for oil is more and more elastic. Why? Well, it's because there are alternatives. So we don't know if that decreased demand will turn around. So there's really a risk for investors and for pension funds which are invested in the sector. And it's a very volatile context. And if I may, a few years ago, I heard colleagues, I won't say from which party, in any case, we don't know who's part of the Conservative Party anymore, but some colleagues had said that there are transition efforts in Canada and that has to continue because China isn't making any efforts. They're continuing on with coal and so on. Now, China has huge economic growth and they're developing. So when you see that the structure of demand is changing, I mean, we have a lot of new facilities, and the new energy in China, I would think, is proportionately more renewable compared to everything we're doing in Canada. Can you speak to that argument when people say, well, the others aren't, doing anything, so we should make our decision accordingly? Well, in China, that's where we find the biggest investments in technologies of tomorrow. So solar energy, batteries, electric vehicles, and so on. There's an opportunity to take advantage of these windfalls, not all of them, maybe we could just have a fraction of them, to incentivize sectors of tomorrow here at home. Because if we stay in this same way of doing things and we reinforce high emitting industries, well, it's very possible, and we can see this in demand projections, we're going to end up lagging behind in the future compared to other jurisdictions who are actually being proactive with low-emitting technologies. Another witness came recently to talk to us about taxing, windfall revenues, and that was very interesting. And it's also, there's the federal jurisdiction, the provincial jurisdiction issues. Now, the portion that's under the federal jurisdiction, sometimes it's complicated. But when we talk about the source of the profits, we often said at the Bloc that we have to stop subsidizing these, oil companies and paying for pipelines and so on. Do you not think that in some way the starting point should be to say it is not up to the Canadian government to subsidize oil companies and make some of these projects profitable? Is there a role to be played in that sense? Well, certainly, if public funds are used for infrastructure projects, that are involving fossil fuels, yes, that's a risk for Canada. These are projects that are very risky if there's no private developer. So why would taxpayers have to? Well, some will say it's the federal government's fault and that they're, pushing investors in that direction. What would you say? I think we have to look at the market conditions. If there's a market for that situation, then it could work. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Garon.
I would like to thank the witnesses. Committee adjourned.